Yo, hello. How the devil are you doing? It's lovely to see you. One sec, let me just jump straight into Spotify and see what that track is. I've just come back upstairs and put my headphones on. Fantagram. Eyelid moves. Okay, here's a really weird thing. I've just added that to my liked songs, but it's not in my liked songs playlist. Not at the top and not at the bottom. Guys, is there a limit on how long a playlist can be in Spotify? My liked songs are no longer topping up. I'm going to just make a manual playlist, really. Hi guys, welcome to the stream. We're going to do some art today. Hi, welcome. But I'm just going to really quickly make a manual playlist in Spotify and call it Liked Songs 2. Because we missed a load of bangers the other day. They disappeared. Nice. Yo, hello and welcome to a nice gentle art afternoon. Hello, Itola, how are you, by the way? Yorgo Menuso. Hello, Yorgo. What's good? Am I saying that correctly, by the way? Brewmaster, welcome back, bro. You're looking fresh as fuck today. Yeah, it's because Eva told me it was time to trim my beard. When Eva says the beard is too long, the beard must be trimmed. And then shave above the beard. Get it nice and going. How you doing, man? I knew Lindalay. Lovely to see you again, bro. Good evening, Mr. Rowley. Hello. Animatrix. Welcome back in. How you doing? Also, I got a follow-off of an art streamer I've just been following. Andalusia. I'm not saying that remotely correctly. And Marzen Getters. Hello, welcome. Right. Let me clean my glasses. Let's start doing some Valkyrie Angela fan art. I'm going to wrap her up. Hopefully today. We will have to bring that down a touch. I'm hopefully going to wrap her up today. And I'm going to use her as a... Oh, yo, you're in chat. Yo, Amdusia. Bloody hell, mate. Oh. Dude, that was so fucking cool. Are you using... By the way, maybe you're lurking. Please don't talk to me if you're busy. But are you using ink or like watercolor? Where's my glasses cloth? Oh. I mean, you... Damn, you wield that gouache very well. Bloody hell, mate. This is utterly completely unrelated, but we've been playing Alien Isolation. And I'm a big fan of the Alien franchise. We're always talking about it. When I saw your thumbnail, I was just like, oh, mate, instant click. Okay, right. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remember to post in Discord. Allow me to do that right now. I did it. I'm finally a competent streamer. I've remembered to disc the chord. Accordingly. Now, let's get our stuff going. That's awesome. Thank you again. No, thank you for sharing your creative progress with the rest of us. I see lots of stuff. I've seen things. I see lots of stuff in the art category of Twitch. And I think all of it is completely dope that people are out here creating their own stuff. Get creative, do it, share it. Less often do I see really fantastic stuff that makes me have to open a stream and just sort of like say hello because I love the work. No shade to anyone. Yeah, guys, go click Amdusia's name. Who the hell's Mikey talking to? Does he have like a new favorite friend? Go click Amdusia's name in chat. They're also an illustrator, and they're doing a fucking dope gouache painting of the Alien Queen, which means she subscribes to the. It doesn't mean anything. It means she subscribes to the David Cameron Alien Evolution timeline, and not the post-Promethean Ridley Scott timeline. There's a whole debate in there, but you have to be really sad to care. Yes, that does actually happen a lot, I know. I opened a page, there is a bat eating your pencil. Oh, dope. I think Mikey needs a cat too. Yeah, well, we talked about this, so I want to get 2 cats so that they can keep each other company. And that was why I got into all the pot plants. I was like, in my pot plant phase. It was practice loving something so I could get the cats. And they all died. They all died. All my plants are now plastic. So I think I'm only allowed, like, plastic cats. I'm just doodling some waifus. What the fuck, man? You're a great artist. Oh, my... Oh, that's very kind of you. Bloody hell. I mean... That's super, super kind of you. I would probably argue the quality of my work nonetheless, but thank you. Plants don't tell you they need food. Cats definitely will. I think that means I'm allowed to get cats. That's what I just heard. This is now a cat-forward stream again. I need to do a bit more travelling, Amdusia. I want to do some vlogs from other countries. And then I want to get some cats and just sit in my house and give them a cuddle. I used to have cats when I was younger, and they lived for so long. And I want to go back to that. I want to go back to that feeling. Alright, tablet ready. This is actually a bit of an earlier start than usual, but that's perfectly fine because it means guilt-free, it's before 4:30. And as you can see, I'm enjoying my affiliated cup of XP brew here. Delicious. But I've only half a scoop in here because, Jesus, it's too strong. Sorry, Ainu, we've gone back to 1080p, bro. That 2K Twitch test thing that we did, we noticed when we were playing like Battlefield and stuff, it was actually just destroying the frame rate of all the games because it was trying to control how OBS was managing the data in Elgato. I'm not clicking that again. God knows what else Twitch was looking at on my hard drive. Okay. Which countries do you want to visit? Oh my god, Amdusia. Shit, now I have to put my money where my mouth is. I don't actually know. I like all the countries I've visited so far, so I want to go back there again. Like, I've been to Japan 4 times. So I'd love to go a 5th time, but vlog it more. I want to go back to Prague. I want to go back to Portugal. There's loads of places in the middle and south of France full of castles and old towns. Ooh, Eva!
Objection, Your Honor. I would also like to stipulate that Mikey's drawings are high quality, high waifus, high thick,
I'm imagining her doing a pose.
in color, shading, and structure. Heretofore, you shall be now inducted into the Megaverse. I rest my case.
I feel her golden sword upon my shoulders and head. Eva! Eva! I shaved for you. Eva, I trimmed my beard for you. You gave me the warning last night. I was like, I've got to make my lady happy. I'm Eva ready. How are you doing, you gorgeous thing? Thank you so much for the 80, and I do mean 80 months. I don't deserve you, girl. Damn. You look so much better with a trim. Thank you so... Do you know what? I think I should have a long beard more often. Like, not like good long, but scruffy longer. I really should do that more often so you guys get used to it. Because then when I do shave back to normal, you guys are like, oh, you're looking better. Like, without the tickle, sorry, without the slap, you won't appreciate the tickle. When is the Kratos beard? Ecozen, I had that for a while. I was promoting Yorkshire tea, and I went full Kratos a while ago. Oh, by the way, Amdusia, where do you want to go? Don't dox yourself. Never answer a question if you're not happy or comfortable. But are you in a different country than England? I have no idea. And where do you want to travel? Do you have any suggestions? Yeah, Ikosan, I've got a photo somewhere on Twitter. Because young Khan was just like, Mikey will never have a beard this great or this glorious. And I was just like, that's cute, sweetie. I fished out my old Yorkshire tea, big beard Mikey. I'm in the Netherlands. Oh, I'm sorry. Get well soon. I would also love to travel to Japan. Oh, yo, if I can get on it. Yo, yeah, Destiny, they were fighting words. We don't need you to have a beard to say, oh, you're better. Because you also get sick so often. Talking about sick habits, I've nearly finished my wonderful XP brew, pre-4:30. Before moving over to delicious decaf, D&D. Now, as you know, this has been an emotional roller coaster. It's not my normal style, and I've gone in and out of actually deciding whether we're going to keep or abandon it. Based on the conversation we had the other day, whilst we were doing the Tier 2 hullabaloos, about being less picky and being more productive, we are going to wrap this up today. We're going to do our little Angela. We're going to get her sorted. Thank you very much for the encouragement to just lower my internal standards and let other people decide if they do or don't like something. I do often forget that. So, let's just get this ready to screen record. I think this one goes here. Nobody talk to me about the armpit, otherwise I will ban you. I'm not emotionally ready to have I'm not like, ooh, robust and finding it funny. I just don't want to talk about how to render armpits right now. We're going to move away from that. No, you guys are fine, don't worry. Berios, I was wondering if the YouTube days are over for you. Berios, are you talking about my YouTube Mikey Mega live channel where all my live streams go and my gaming content and my gaming edits? Berios, are you talking about the Megaverse, my reactions channel, where we also deep dive into films and other media, and I also do book readings and the audiobook stuff? Do you mean Mikey on Tour, my YouTube live channel, my YouTube traveling live channel, the one that I bought a load of camera equipment for 1 month before COVID? Do you mean Film Cram, my YouTube channel where I recap movies and TV shows with hardcore edits with zero use of AI to make some of the most entertaining content on the internet? Or do you mean my tutorials channel, the only one people ever mean? Yeah, Verius, I'm just tugging your leg. Yeah, no, we're going back to that, Bedios. But dude, I'm just warming back up into the big swing. I need to just get everything back going. I mean, I say this every year, but there's a particular order that I'm just doing stuff in, much to the chagrin of my moderators who are just like, if you're not going to make tutorials, just live stream on your channel. And I'm always just like, that's a lovely idea. So, armpits, you say. Indra, turn around and bend over. You're asking for a spanking. You're lucky I don't do that without consent anymore. Are you talking intoxicated? Are you talking about Mega Minis? The YouTube channel where I explore Warhammer, Gunpla and other tabletop RPG systems? Oh, man. I used to be so hopeful. I'm so stock right now. I'm so rich right now. You're so stock rich. Ayatollah, did your Pokemon turn up? Good boy. I'm going to leave a lurk and get some dinner. Amducia, thank you. By the way, obviously you never have to, but hey, thank you very much for popping in and saying hello. Warmest wishes to you. Nice to meet you. Handshake on the internet. Yeah, I hope to check out what you get up to. Well, I actually will check out how you complete that rendering. Yo, have a good one, dude. It did. It did. Ah, fuck yeah, dude. Pokemon. I mean, what do you even call them now? What's the current generation of Pokemon cards? Eva, thank you so much for those links. Destiny, you're silly. No, you're silly. I don't know. Pixie, how you doing, you gorgeous thing? I don't know. I wanted to watch your Dark Souls playthrough. Bless your sweetheart. You were just like, I'm going to watch the actual Dark Souls playlist. I was like, look, number one, don't. Nobody wants that. Number two, if you're gonna watch it, please just watch the abridged so that I do not feel guilty about the time deficit. The only person who watches that content is Naru Michael, because Naru Michael is just a very special gentleman who's a big fan of anything I post. Do you want to start rendering today with your canvas flipped? I'm actually going to do very little rendering. I'm mostly going to do some cleaning and some, yes, basically, a good idea. Good shout, good shout. Let's get my references up. It's mostly just for I had a giant reference sheet full of Angela poses and muscly gym ladies, which was a delight to collect, let me tell you, but it's only 2 images I've been looking at the whole time, and they're just art from Marvel Rivals and a picture of a character model from Marvel Rivals. I might still also add in some of her material. Depending on what I want to do with it. Just another colour to kind of throw in there. That blue sort of pulls off of warm tones, but I don't know if the design is going to make it, oh my god, super effective. But if I do, it'll be something I kind of do after we've done everything else, just so that I can use it solely to play with the composition, as opposed to making it just another rendering rigmarole. What I'll end up doing is I'll cover it here, and then I'll have some of it trailing over here. There you go. Looks better already. No armpit? No problem. Isn't that a song? Indra. Someday I will too look like this baddie. Someday. Yo, pick up those dumbbells. Although don't push yourself too hard, but yeah, mate, push yourself. Oh, thank you very much for the DS button. I mean, that abridged playthrough is great. I don't know if it follows Chameleoness's rules of war. But sub 20 minutes, just for highlights. Wonderful. Do you ever do those mind drawing exercise challenges, where they ask you to draw the mirror version of a drawing? Oh my god! Or an upside down version of a picture? Oh yo, no! Eva, no. Damn! I mean, my headspace always dictates that I don't have the spare time to do anything. I've got a good challenge today. What we're going to do is we're going to render this. However, until we hit my... so let me just make sure I've got a good flesh tone. Okay, good. So basically, we're going to render this, but art isn't for free, okay, guys? We've all had a lot of fun today, but the fun's over. So I'm going to do blind rendering, and I'm not going to... take my headphones off first. I'm not going to look at the canvas and do good work until we get, I don't know, 5 more follows or a sub. Until then, it's blind rendering. So I hope I know where I'm colouring in. I really hope these are the muscles. I hope that's the abdomen. If you guys want good art, then you're going to have to click follow. Until we hit our goals, we're just working. Wonderful. And then a little in the cheeks. Just lighten up that cheek and that cheek. And then we've got the gold in the arm here. So I'm just going to color pick some gold out the arm. Then we'll just highlight down there. Wonderful. Excellent. Really make that pop. We've got gold in the leg. For the thigh. That's going really well. Let's just highlight over here a little bit more. Highlight down here. Just really get it in the helmet zone. There's a wing. There's the other wing. Going great. Beautiful, beautiful. This is the future of art. I've got what it takes. I've got the chops. Thank God for layers though, just in case. I'm all warmed up. Who is this guy? Fine, I'll unfollow and follow. There goes the booby. And Chris is just like, you're doing great, Mikey. Well done, Mikey. Oh my God, my tablet just turned off. There we go. Let me just squeeze that cable. Good for you. Good for you, Mikey. Right. So basically, like, this is why you don't render a drawing developed from just a sketch, is because, like, there's a lot you haven't structurally thought about. The more that we have hiked up this arm, because this was the lower shoulder back when I started. It was a low shoulder arm up. And then everybody's so conditioned to have high shoulder arm ups. We've just actually realigned the entire shoulder line of his character. What does that matter, Mikey? Well, it kind of means that this boob's a bit high now, and I don't know what we're going to do about it. So let's start recording, and then I'm literally just going to give it a little wiggle. Or maybe liquefy. Angela! You make it sound like you're in a war with her. Angela! Mommy, I love Angela! You're pre-absading. Also, intoxicated welcome. Let's click. I'm just going to turn this up a touch, but only a little. And then once again, I'm going to add it to liked songs too. For reals though, whenever I like a song now, Spotify is not adding it to my liked songs. It's actually a genuine issue. I might just reduce this boob in here. But until then, I'm either going to rotate or warp. We have a dolly. I've been moving just to do the cleaning. My issue now is that I'm tall. Oh, I'm sorry. My issue now is that I'm not that tall, so reaching the mirror is a challenge. Are you doing all of this solo? Wow, you've been really cleaning the heck. This is day 2. So, like, are you also... Because the reason why I'm confused and making the noises of a confused gentleman is because you said that you'd actually moved out weeks ago, right? And now you're just going back in to, like, clean up before, like, you officially, I guess, hand over the keys or something? Like, how much work have you got to do? I remember in my place in uni, I stayed there for 1 extra day over the contract. And then a guy was making out he'd done me a massive favour, and then he was making out he wasn't going to give us our deposits back. I was just like, no, that's going to a small claims court right now, big man. He was like, you never paid your last month's rent. Just like, are you fucking mental? That's literally in our contract. We paid that on month. That was his biggest argument. You guys never paid your last month's rent. You stopped the payments. You're lucky I didn't kick you out. We were just like, we paid you our last month's rent in the very first month of our contract being there. He was such a fucking chancer, that guy. Do you know what? Don't need to be doing that right now. That's a different problem. Okay, so we need to get way more warmed up. Actually, should I lasso this or paint it? I'm going to paint it. I'm going to go into the hot, warm orange region. I'm hoping that by just quickly, well, not that quickly, I won't lie, but I'm hoping that by just wrapping this up and doing a bit of tidying, that'll also just warm me up enough to get into the tier 2s again. We shall see, of course. How are you guys doing? Happy Tuesday. Thank you very much for joining me on a Tuesday afternoon stream. Just a little bit of that early week peak. Now, as everyone with a normal job knows, Mikey, what's normal? Tuesday is the worst day of the week. Mondays might seem to be the worst, but you still have a bit of weekend hope left in you on a Monday. Although it runs out by 5 o'clock for sure. But Tuesday's utterly hopeless. You're still at the very start of a week, except now you don't have the memory of a weekend. And now you've got to process all of that work that built up over the weekend. Like Monday, you receive all the work that backlogged over the weekend. On Tuesday, you're supposed to have, like, gotten ahead of it. Oh, thank you. I might have to call one of the tall boys to come do it. I did, but everybody else is leaving as of tomorrow. Ah, Pixie, got it. Got it, Pixie, you're having to cover for questionable housemates. I'm not letting you stop me from getting my deposit. Pixie, it suddenly makes perfect sense. Oh, yo, hello. Thank you for the follow. Landlords do like being scammy. Yeah, like, honestly, my landlord, well, this is only one example, but, like, my landlord genuinely was just like, you never give the deposit back. He was like, a deposit's a bonus for the landlord. A deposit's a thing you keep. Why would I ever give that back? That was his whole attitude. It was just like, right, fine, we'll just small claims it then. But I remember his wife calling us and just being like, the garden's a mess. And I was just like, actually, the garden is better than when we moved in. I took photos. I've been weeding that thing. I removed all of the random children's toys out of the mud. It's like when you rent a car in America. When you rent a car in England, you rent a car. When you rent a car in America, you have to walk around the car and take photos of every nick and dent. My mate was like this when we went to Vegas, because we went to LA and then we drove over. We got like a massive big black Jeep. It was super dope. But he was like, no. First we take a photograph of the place and the sign, then we're going to photo the car for 5 minutes. And when we dropped off, like, we were pointing out all these dents and scratches. And they were just like, yeah, just take a pic, don't worry about it. And then when we gave the car back, like, 6 days later, they were just like, yeah, there's all these dents and scratches on the car. And we were like, yeah, they were there when we rented it. We told you about them. You're the guy who lent it to us. And he was just like, I don't know about that. Have you got any pictures to prove it? And we were just like, oh, you scammy fucking bastards. Yeah, we do. We showed them the pictures. They're literally just like, yeah, there's loads of dents and scratches. It's gonna come out of your thing. And the moment we showed them the pictures, they were just like, all right, don't worry about it. It's just everyone in America is trying to rip everyone else off. Swear to God. Are your follow sounds from Charlie the Unicorn? Oh, Indra Kiri. Go and get yourself a can of Coke in the back of my fridge. Yeah, that is Charlie the Unicorn. Mikey, Chameleon S. Do you have a suggestion for what kind of workout I should do now? Do you want me to answer it publicly or shall I DM you on Discord? I'm thinking dance workouts, but I'm not sure which kind. It's a kind of dance. The options are Afro, belly dancing, hip hop, ballet. Is that double R? Ballet style and salsa. There's also burlesque, but I don't feel like it right now. Yeah, no, burlesque. Burlesque is a bit much. I think. So don't hate me, because I do love alternative stuff. But I really do think burlesque shows are just a false economy. I'm just like, why am I watching this when I could be at a strip club? I'm just like, I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get burlesque. Eva, before I answer your question, would you mind giving me just a really quick overview of what it was that you did yesterday? Before I balance you appropriately. Before we moved into our scum apartment. Oh, wow, good name. The landlord asked me, well, if your husband dies, how are you going to pay rent? I knew that my husband is a retired vet. Oh my god. If you ask that in a job interview, you get sued. Really weirdly, out of my housemates, I was the only person whose reference letter got rejected. My reference letter was my mate's dad, who's like a long-serving police officer. And they never gave me keys. They were just like, no, your reference has been rejected. I was just like, okay. And I moved in anyway and just got a copy of the keys cut. That was literally it. And then I turned out to be the only housemate that was paying his rent on time. I remember going up to the estate agents, because they're up the road on a bus, to drop off a check. And he was like, you're the only one who pays them on time. You might want to have a you might want to have a word with your housemates. And I was just like, actually, I'm the only one you didn't give keys to, so you have a word with them. Alright, now, let's hope that this somehow makes things better. Maybe a bit more orange than I need. I was trying to orange it away from pink, but let's see which of these layer properties actually aids us in our cause. That's kind of what I was hoping to do. Let's pale up some highlight tones. Casio bocche. Girl, you know your stuff. You're right about this. I cycle through my dance workouts. I did a cardio workout focusing on arms and chest yesterday. Eva, put away the aggressive stanchions of hip-hop, Eva. It's Tuesday. We're not fighting the good fight right now. Let's get some gentle swinging going, not hard cardio. I recommend a little bit of salsa. I don't need you spinning shapes and bebopping. Eva, not on a Tuesday. A little bit of salsa. Oh, Dean, how you doing, man? I missed your Battlefield 6 stream. Oh, do not worry, Dean. You are a Battlefield 6 player. I'm sure you were busy in multiplayer. Dean, look what I finished before 4:30 today. Because I'm a grown adult who can make his own life decisions. Oh, actually, I only drank half of it. Yeah, Dean. I somewhat agree. But I had the fingers the other way. With like a couple fingers just over the front. And that also received feedback from the audience. So now we're just... basically, I was kind of going to abandon this piece. And then I got a bit of a slap awake from my mods about actually catching up on work. So mate, we're just doing this to wrap this up. I've done a lot of dance over my years. Yeah, on the pole. I want to get back into pole and Latin dancing too. I would be belly dancing if I had one near me. I don't enjoy bar. Am I saying that rightly? Bar. I feel like I'm that woman trying to do a Jamaican accent. Bar. Stanza. Did you remember that from Stormlight? Adorable, how are you doing? Which one's Stanza? I'm going to say no, based on it not clicking anything in my head. You're not talking to me. Thanks for helping out. Oh, I got you, no worries. Finish the cup. Terrell Hawks, how you doing, man? Mikey Mega has gone digital? Damn. I've not seen you in a hot minute. Oh, yo. Well, the YouTubing side is still, you know, learning on paper. Encouraging accordingly. But in terms of a lot of what I produce, mate, we went to the Big D a while ago. Never looked back. I mean, always looking back. I actually... Mikey yearns for the sketchbook. But, it's a time and availability thing. The children yearn... The live streamers yearn for the sketchbook. The art streamers. The children yearn for the minds. I'm just trying to change what's going on with the palette here on her entire build. So I'm just putting some different skin warms in. God, do you know what? I had such big hopes for this musculature, and I think we're just going to collapse it. I was like, bare chest. I'm a bare chest believer, and I'm just like, I don't believe. Let's just get some good curve in there. Close up all those gaps that we generated. Put a tiny bit of bounce light in there that will cover all of this work, so I'm not going to stress too much. Oh, Caladan's spear stanza. Oh, I'm so sorry, Adorable, I let you down with a reference. Will you add any strong subsurface scattering? Not from a Jedi. Actually, no, not with this kind of style. And also sort of pseudo yes, but no. So like she's got like that really strong white edge lighting that you get in Marvel Rivals. And that white edge lighting does come with a purple rim, which one could argue is a pseudo subsurface. But honestly, this is like a... We're not going high render on this. It's let's have this done and move on. Disclaimer is in place, so everybody go behave. Eva, so did you choose salsa in the end? I'm trying to get a weird rotation on my arm here for a stretch. Was I involved? Eva, was I involved? Was I helping? Ooh. I'm reading so slowly at the end of a book, but I've got 100 pages left. Is this still Knights of Wind and Truth? Maybe you're reading slowly because it's a bit shit. Compared to what has been amazing work by Mr. Sanderson. Those first 3 books, he really smashed it out the park. That is a man at the height of his craft. So glad he did that. Grateful that he made that story that we got to enjoy. In those first 3 books. Just render this off. I'll draw it on in a minute. Why are you streaming? You said you're going to take a day off. That's why I went to work. Who's Andre? That's the only reason I showed up at job. How you doing, man? Well, my usual caveat is for a Tuesday. I say usual. I only just recently made this up. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays are the most likely days I'm going to take off if I'm going to take a day off. And sometimes I might take all 3 of them off, depending on my needs as a human being. So I mostly prepped everyone to not expect me, in case I wanted to sleep in. But we still got so much to do. So here we are, doing the doing. How you doing, man? Anyway, I hope your day at work has been full of fruit and success. Let's go here with a kind of peach. Then maybe multiply it. What happens? Good evening, Nanny Pion. Eva's lurking and working. She's swinging her hips. It's pronounced bar. Oh, I should have just called it bar. I feel you. Belly dancing and Latin is my usual go-to, since I used to do them 3 times a week for years. But I enjoy it all. Hip-hop was always a weekend workshop kind of thing. And bar and pole are for when I have stretched my body out for at least an hour that day. Oh man, yeah, I mean, anything that's based on ballet must be very strong. Bar and pole. I'm knackered, I want to nap. Oh, well done, Nanipion. Nanipion's got laid, everybody. Yeah, well done, Nanipion. Clap, clap, good for you. I'm casually just going to say this on Mikey's stream. Yeah, alright, mate. I'm gonna go multiply, but we'll see if I change that up in a bit. Tell you how I feel. It also just means tired. No, it means tired after sex. Knackered is either something that's like fucked and old and doesn't work. If it's an item, you can have a knackered horse that doesn't work. You can have a knackered cart. A knackered person is post-coitally worn out. If you're thinking, Mikey, you've ruined it with red, don't worry. This is not the level at which we're seeing this. I'm just prepping for the next step. Planning for the future. I'm taking British slang notes. Oh, you better. Hey, I'm wondering, what would you recommend for colouring and shading tutorial videos? Marlo, hello. For colouring and shading tutorials? That's a very good question. I don't know her oeuvre. Like, if somebody was like, you know, if I wanted to get really good at anatomy, where would I go? I'd be like Proco. And if you're like, I want to get really good at very high-class anime art style, I'd be like, who's that German person who makes a really good Clip Studio Paint tutorials? Fuck, I've forgotten her name. Specifically for colour stuff, in a possibly anime style, go check out P-Cat's YouTube. She might have made some stuff. It's quite insightful. track's kind of luxuriously chill.
Very cool, way to go!
Oh, wow.
Mike and Pog Champ.
Yo, Kalukonzi. Read it, you nasty Satanist. 66,666 million years you have subscribed and worshipped the efficacies of Mikey Mega Mega. Kalu, how you doing, man? What is going on in your day and at your end? Well, thank you so much. Mikey, how can I make a skirt not look like an umbrella? Rein it in. Adorable, have you checked out my skirt, my super convenient skirt tutorial? On youtube.com/I love Mikey. Yes, I did. It's for him and her. Hem. I like it. Draw a line where you expect it to end. Don't just start from the waist and start randomly flowing. Set an endpoint. Wait, how did this turn to pure white? At some point of... Still doing it. I like the music here. Terrell, thank you very much. We've been slowly curating our different chill versus slightly more higher energy mixes, as well as the remembering the good old days of music specials. Spotify Song Radio does a lot of heavy lifting. Yo, cheers for the follow as well. Double win. A compliment and a follow. Ooh. Didn't realise it was my birthday. The first option, she's sitting with her legs in the air, so the skirt falls over her hips. Oh, damn. Nice. I definitely lean more towards chill and jazz. Oh, Terrell. One day, if you ever come back, by the way, no pressure. I wouldn't, not for this. But I've got a really good smooth funk, jazz and chill playlist now. It's not strictly what it says on the tin, but it's mostly like some of the like more mellow and like vibey electronic tracks from different artists. But from when I listen to music, so mostly 2003. You have a screen tablet to draw on? Yeah. I'm using a Hoe Canvas Pro 19 at the moment. Kindly sent to me by those wonderful people at Hoe. Also, I'm terrified of eye contact. That's why I'm mostly just look down. There's nothing here. I'd offer reference pics if I had any skirts here. Pixie, you're so generous with your reference pictures. Pixie's just here to help. Pixie's the best. Mikey, tights exist, don't get a chub. Tights or thighs? And no to both of them. I will chub where I see fit. I'm much better now, I don't do it publicly. I'm allowed back on public transport. My chub, my choice, Pixie. Thank you very much. Before you try to drag us back 1,000 years. Pixie, wake up, look out the window. This isn't The Handmaid's Tale. My chub, my choice. I was in someone's stream earlier and they're just talking about The Handmaid's Tale a lot. It's not usually a reference I drop out of nowhere. Ludens, what are you up to today, dude? Oh, Terrell, I've watched your YouTube for years. I don't often hop on Twitch. Oh, well, in that case, dude, thank you very much for taking a moment to, like, literally switch platforms to one that might not be your jam to say hello. Yo, hey, dude, how's the day going? Yes, I've really got to get back to making tutorials on YouTube. I really must.
Just tea, thank you.
Hello, thank you for the follow. I'm not really highlighting the wings. I don't want to drag attention to it. Maybe just a couple bits near the body, but nothing much. I'm 40 pages in, and Gandalf is still preparing the fireworks for Bilbo's birthday parties. You're reading Lord of the Rings. Kid Ludens, whatever happened to your old school movies kink, by the way? Did you come across any other bangers that you really liked? 40 pages in. Okay, so it means you've gotten past the first 10 pages of Hobbit genealogy. It's like reading Genesis. And then Bill Bonn, son of Frodina, stepmother to the Baggins Wattses Frodo. Then on the 128th day, sired Bilbog, Frodo, Frodin, Frodag, and Hemlock. And when they moved up into Bag End, down in Hobbiton, coffee time. Fly, you fools! Go back to the shadows! Bilbo, Frodo Baggins, I'm not trying to steal from you. I'm trying to help you. I'm not a common thief. I am not a conjurer of cheap tricks. Wait, what are they remaking? Are they remaking Lord of the Rings, or was it Harry Potter? I've actually forgotten which one it was. Harry Potter Lord of the Rings was being kicked around. Oh, they're not remaking them. They've not committed. Wait, they are. They're doing Potter. Potter! Mikey, you're tweeting midstream. Don't you respect us? You haven't seen what I've been doing with my left hand. My right hand, I'm talking to you and I'm drawing in the canvas. With my left hand, I'm posting hit tweets. Good, I'm not getting too mad down here either with them highlights. Just because we're going, you know, down the leg. We don't need to worry about here. There's no detail down here. Right, this is a risky bit that might make it worse. But I'm going to just do a tiny bit of marveling. Actually, should we put... I've got more makeup to do on Valkyria that I've never gotten around to. I'm just going to do that now real quick. Let's go multiply red up here. quick flat. Now let's do a bit more in the hair before I start chucking random black lines on top of everything. I was going to chuck the random Marvel blacks before the highlight. Harry Potter is committed. Lord of the Rings isn't. Ah, got it, got it. Hit tweets is what they're called. Ian McKellen was in Last Action Hero. Last Action Hero. Ian McKellen. Last Action Hero. Yeah, he might have been like at the premiere of the movie, because they did like loads of cameos at the premiere of the actual movie of the movie. Danny DeVito is the voice of a cat, I think. He's not in the film though. The main part of the film. It's the guy who plays Tywin Lannister. With the bullseye eye. I think. Charles Dance, thank you very much. Mr. Dance himself, he's really good in that. I've got to get some glow in here. I think we have to overlay these eyes over to the orange part of the spectrum. Or just to give these reds a bit of... Post-food break before back to cleaning. Yo, good, pace yourself. I'm just like, in my head, I'm just like, what the fuck did you guys do to the house? You're still cleaning it. I'm just like, but you're cleaning up other people's mess. Much to bear chagrin, I'm sure. What kind of parties has Pixie been having in there? Damn. Alright, let's just go in some big... I'm just going to start wedging. I notice a lot of the hair stuff in Marvel Rivals is kind of like a cacophonous mix of shapes and dashes and stuff. And then some like the last thing we're going to do is go around with like a rake brush. These hands are the future. These something's unperceiving. Ooh, ah. The rake brush has seemed very popular these past 10 years for some reason. Yeah. It was I forget people's names. There's an Asian illustrator who draws some really gorgeous ladies. He was one of the sort of earlier very famous artists to have his style of drawing ladies completely ripped off by AI. Poor fella. But I noticed that like there was always less going on in terms of hair detail and more going on in terms of hair texture and like brush effects. And I was like, oh man, that's so effective. Because you're always looking at like he did these sort of Disney-fied semi-Asian characters with those cute noses, big eyes and all that. So the hair wasn't like when where you were super pulling focus in terms of the detail of the hair. But he threw all sorts of stuff in there, especially to get like nice highlights. By the way, I don't know how much of his hair I'm then erasing for the sake of the car shadow from that arm, but let's bring it up before we push it down. Oh, wonderful mix. Lower that contrast, seeing as it's shadow. By the way, sorry if I'm missing anything in chat. Just let me know. Don't be scared to repost if I'm just a little bit too locked in. It's an early start today because we've got work to do. Nikki, Emmy, how the devil are you doing, Nikki? Hey, what's good? This looks beautiful. Are you looking in the mirror again? Nikki. Did they visit? Have they come yet? I'm just going to keep it super vague in case it's private. Have they come yet, Nikki? Also, Nikki, what are you drawing at the moment? What are you doing? Creatively. Mikey, is there a special name given to that salty Brazilian steak? Ask Ayatollah. I don't know. My steak of regret for not eating more of it. I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't keep living there mentally, dude. I have to stop thinking about it. Wild that you would bring that up, but okay. Alright, we're going to multiply, but we're going to linear burn because I want it warm, but I also don't know what I'm doing. So, we're going to multiply by like a really yellowish tone like this. Let's see how it makes us feel. Bring it down a touch. Yes. Nikki's gone, isn't she? She popped in for a hello. Quick in and out. It's these young'uns these days, no attention spans. Dead internet. Mikey Mega Mega did not continue talking about dead internet theory for the sake of the community. The Wages of Fear. That's your latest classic. Sam Does Art. Oh my god, Terrell. Do you know what, Terrell? I think you've got it. I think it's Sam Does Art. I think he's the person who made me think, yo, what is that brush that has loads of lines? One quick sec. Bloody hell, Terrell. That is a very good catch. Because I pitched that straight into the bleachers, mate. Yeah, Sam Does Art. That's exactly who I was thinking of. I think he started using a few like wisps and rake brush stuff in hair. Very lightly. God, it's a weird tab. I've been around the block, Mikey. There's nothing I ain't seen before, Mikey, don't you worry. Sam Does Art. I was there, Mikey. 10,000 years ago. It was Sam Does Gaming before he realized his true potential. The stomach is so gross, but it's so rough. There's also like a colour halftone texture on top of everything. I'm not going to go too nuts with that. I put a lot of hours into that gold rendering. I don't want to go too crazy. I'm too tired to clean fast, but too mental to cut corners. First time here. Nobody else is cleaning at the moment. Oh, Pixie, relax. If they're not cleaning, if they don't want their deposit back... This might sound like a crazy thing, but I honestly think deposits should be returned on a room-by-room basis. I've really lived with some real slovenly people in my life. Oof, it's loud. Ooh, my neck and back and spine and large parts of my body. Oh, Eva, welcome back. Eva, I was catching up on your notes. With all the dances in it. So you used to be a weekend workshop hip hopper, Eva. Eva, I learned so much when you're here. Did you do it? Mikey, how dare you? Wash that mouth with soap. What did I do? What did I say? Wait, who are you talking about? Mikey said that about me when telling you about Mikey profiling. Wait, what did I say? Oh, I still can't believe you said she might be mental. Yeah, but Pixie, you know I would never say that if, like, it was a random person, because I'd be really worried that I offend them. It's just a hell of a thing to say. Oh, well, I meant it with love, for what it's worth. I think his beanies are to hide where you hit him in the head. I've just got loads of eggs popping out of my hairline from when Eva's been at me. I remember a member of our community was talking about something stupid their brother did. I was just super low energy once, and I was just like, I think it was like a really cute story, but I was just like, why? Is he mental? And then I thought nothing of it, and then people were just like, I think you owe them an apology. I was like, oh shit, my bad. Wait, whoa, okay, just a quick, can we do a quick temperature check before I cancel myself? Are we not saying mental anymore? I know we're not saying retarded anymore. But if you can't say retarded, surely you can still say mental. And by the way, I'm not trying to die on a hill or stick my feet in the mud. I'm just trying to work out what are we doing now as a society? Now what are we doing? I'm okay to say mental. I've been saying mental for years. Well, that's exactly what old people say. I've been saying mental for years and there's no problem with it. Now, have a sip. And a posture check. No idea, man. Ooh. Mental isn't cancel worthy, thank God. You know I didn't take it personally, or I'd have blocked you on Discord and deleted your to-do list. No. Okay, Pixie, come on now, Pixie. We need like a little formal arrangement between you and me, Pixie. A little gentleman's agreement, Pixie. A little friends with benefits. Handshake and a wink. Pixie, if I ever offend you, which is, based on how I talk on stream, a countdown timer. Ah, sorry, I've got a button digging and... I'm not, like, tugging myself. My short suck. Button really digs in.
Hey.
Can we just have a little agreement, Pixie, that, like... If you're just like, Mikey did something I don't like, I don't want to be a part of whatever the fuck he's got going on right now. Could we just be like, but I'll leave his to-do list on Discord. I will leave the to-do list, though. I really need that. It's really important. Like, fuck that guy. I don't want to know him, but not like, you know, fuck his life. It's better to censor yourself than be censored later. Does that involve having your tonsils taken out, or is that something involving my testicles? I think I told Ayatollah I wasn't into that, but he got that done. I don't think he's looked back, to be honest. Okay, so... But yeah, I'm a big believer in prevention is better than cure. So shutting up is often better than being cancelled in my position. However, I'm not super big on listening to myself. I too believe that wisdom outweighs conversation. I'm breaking down boxes. Can you stop saying my name, please? You jumping up and down on them, Nathan. Nathan's like when you give a whole load of hay to a guinea pig and it gets really excited and it jumps in there. Nathan's breaking down all his Pokemon stock. Oh, my boxes have come! Nell! Nell! Claire! 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 Yeah, Claire. My boxes! My boxes are here! Yeah, alright, love. I'm just trying to actually make dinner for the kids. Oh, look at my boxes! That's what he sounds like, by the way. I've been hurt by you too many times and learned to get over it without your apology. But that doesn't mean you should behave like that with such lovely people. Yeah, I just called her mental. No, I wasn't even like that. I was like, no, I did call her mental. I was like, oh, because Pixie's mental, she will have done this or that. I'm referring to her vigorous memory and note-taking. And I'm not arguing against what you said at all, Eva. What you just said was a very valid point. Thank you. I'm just trying to remember it out loud. I think that was the context. This moon has many I don't even know what it is. This is supposed to be a halo. I sort of forgot what the intent was of that. I was calling it moon a second ago. What is there here that I still hate? That I'm not gonna focus on. Highly dangerous black line time. 4. Rim highlight time. I'm more disappointed in you than you think. Well, I'll just have to move on with my life and live it one day at a time. But thank you. If I do decide we're never talking again, I'll send Evie your to-do lists and let her know exactly what you did, and she can decide from there. Oh, power of attorney. I'm gonna go around and paint white on top of everything. No, sorry, over the edge of everything to sort of tidy it up. I want to do that before I do rim stuff. %% opacity? It is. It's going to be really rough and ready. There's loads of areas that have just sort of not been necessarily rendered. But we're just going to push our way through that. And get it out. Oh my god, this is messier than I thought. By the way, guys, sorry if I miss anything that you're saying in chat. Feel free to repaste it. If you've got any questions, ask away. Please excuse me, I'm just really just trying to make sure that we walk away from this piece today. This was more of an experiment with the rendering on the gold, more than it was a fully realized, thought out drawing game plan. Sometimes it's all about hygiene. Aquafresh, Old Spy. Oh wait, are we talking about rimming? I'm proud of you, man. You use construction a lot, but as far as your actual creativity with a piece goes, you're the opposite. You're not too structured, and you just follow the thread of where you feel it's taking you. It's a nice balance. Wow, Kid Ludens! Holy shit! Thank you very much. Fucking hell, that's a very nice thing to say. Damn. Yeah. I take that gratefully. the part of my mind that argues with everyone who's nice to me for some weird self-destructive reason is just like, I think you might be very, very, very kindly interpreting the fact that I'm in a rush. You know, Mikey, sometimes you're just willing to let all that clean structure go and just start laying down some shapes and some colours and some tone and feel it's because I want to get it done ASAP. No. Thank you, dude. That was so sweet. Am I imagining stuff that's not... Damn, I am not imagining it. I'm loving these chains. Oh! You guys are too kind. My self-esteem is improving on this piece dramatically with these wonderful words. I wish you all a lovely day, and I hope that ultimately your mouths are filled with chocolate and something lovely is happening to your lower half. Thank you for the kind words. You do have your gentleman's agreement, though. Thank you so much. Send it to Eva, and she can decide if I deserve to actually receive it. Just don't destroy it in case there's something really important on there. I think I'd best get rid of that halo if I'm not going to do anything with it. I kind of like how it fills the space. We'll add in those, we'll have a little test run adding in her blue wraps. And we'll see if that changes our opinion on anything. god, it's not even white. It's all browns down here. Sorry, I was just spent a weekend training course at an ice facility. Yo, hey Beefy. Sorry, I'm just testing that one out. Hey Beth, how you doing, you gorgeous thing? Are you fully sated and very conscious now? Ready to embrace for soon to be bedtime? LFG, mate. We're powering through this piece today. We finish this tonight, so I'm just taking lots of shortcuts and just smashing it out. 10 pages a day, you'll be done before the end of the month. Oh, is somebody working on a project like that? Everyone has their own way. I think the right way is a myth. George R.R. says he doesn't like planning. He's a Gardner writer, yes! J.K. Rowling says she has to create a plan and know where she's going before she starts. Both are incredible at their craft, but completely opposite of each other. Kid Ludens, I don't know what it was called in your Neil Gaiman stuff, but I've sort of been tuning into the exact same thing, but in the Brandon Sanderson stuff. His courses. Do you know what? I actually can't remember what the other term is, so I'm just going to make it up. One of them is a gardener writer, and the other is a architect writer or something. Structure and planning, and you can be anywhere in between as you see fit. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. I guess it's just for the, you know, in my head I've got a mental intent of what I would hope I would end up with. And sometimes I'm super happy to let a piece develop its own way. And sometimes I'm not so happy because I'm letting easy habits kick in, which is making me draw a piece in the style I often draw a piece, instead of pursuing that experimentation. But again, I'm not bitching about it, just thinking it out loud. Yeah. Yeah, that one's not my favorite. But I see you drawing me like one of your French girls. Damn, nobody likes this piece. Let's just fuck it up. This is the piece where I've had the most feedback, where people are just like, yeah, like, I like, I follow you, Mikey, but I don't like this one. Bloody hell. Mikey, so what's the deal with the goggle covers? Oh yeah, sorry, I was drawing blind until somebody subscribed. It's another of my holding stream hostage. I was like, you're not getting the good art. The art where I can see where my stylus is. Until we start hitting some goals. Just milking the audience. A gardener writer? I've never heard that term before. I've heard a pantser. Flying by the edge of your pants. Yeah, so George R.R., like, he's done a number of talks about it. And you notice it, especially in the first couple Game of Thrones books. But he plants a lot of seeds and ideas. And some of them just end up being just world building. And the others end up being, like, really good foreshadowing. But, like, he doesn't know which of those things are foreshadowing and which of those are just world building until later in the book when he decides or doesn't decide to come back to what he's planted. And so, like, he was having a lot of trouble. Obviously, we all know he's having his own challenges writing the next book. But he was having a lot of trouble in the marine chapters. And he basically wrote out 3 variations of, like, the story for a bit. He wrote he basically wrote what would happen if the envoy from Dawn arrives before Danny gets married. And then he wrote the following chapter and chapter after that from different viewpoints. And then he like came back to it and he's like, okay, what if they arrived on the day of the wedding? What would happen then? And he wrote a couple chapters up from it. And then he did the same as like, what if they arrived the day after? Trying to work out like where these conflicts are, what best matches the character's nature, and still takes the main motivations in the right direction for him. Because obviously the whole Marine arc is to basically obfuscate the fact that Danny was doing the right thing and genuinely making change from her perspective to push her back onto the fire and blood mentality, which is a real shame. It makes me so sad because she was like, oh, do you know, actually she is making a difference over there. It is actually working. Don't you go milking me. Spirit, no promises. If you guys have nipples, I have fingers. That's all I'm saying. Oh, I meant the nickname. Okay, no worries. Yeah, we'll workshop it. I like this art too. It's very accurate. I was legit talking about being called Beefy. What about Beefa? It's very effeminate. It's really hip. All the gym girls like it. I don't know about that one either. I'd rather have Pilates Princess. Ah, yes. Welcome, my Pilates Princess.
This guy's got the right idea.
Come, train your core in my boudoir. Let's crunch our way to pleasure. Thank you, Eva. As I say, you learn more from failure than success. Correct. Sometimes things not working out sucks only short term, but long term's way more commitment for growth. Hey, Ludens, you thinking about writing then? Or are you like, is this like the holistic Kid Ludens? You're not just learning about game dev stuff. You want to like have your own narrative, your own, like you don't want to like work for like a game developer. It sounds like you want to make a story, like you have something to tell. I've been writing for the last 9 months. Oh, dude, that's so fucking cool. Exactly, you get it now. Absolutely. I'm beginning to believe. So what are your plans for the evening, Minri? In my head, I feel like you always have shitloads of photos you have to edit. I'm just like, yeah, that's what she does. That's her job. She's always editing photos. Oh, did you have that shoot with your mate, by the way? Just watching Minecraft videos and ignoring life. Yeah, I feel like that sometimes. I feel like I was exactly there just 2 weeks ago. Well, you're ignoring it beautifully, IMO. This is also why I've been learning music. Damn! I want to learn to remix songs. Because no one's making one in my head. Oh my god, Pixie! Oh shit! Dude, okay, I'm not crazy. Pixie, I have that. I have a remix in my head of these different tracks. And I'm just like, I have to make this one day, because it doesn't exist. Like, I've got a really good one that mixes the Basil Pulduris elements from the RoboCop soundtrack into the other Basil Pulduris. Clean Air on Mars. Total Recall with Lord of the Rings, and I'm just like, I can see it, I can feel it, but it doesn't exist. So I got don't hate me. So I got Fruity Loop Studio. I was like, I'm gonna make this happen. Never. I was like, oh damn, this thing's really weird to use. I'll go back to drawing. TM. Absolutely. Except my mix will be original content, Eva. Original and beautiful. You said the F-bomb. Keep talking, I'm noting this down and I'll do it myself so it gets... We're gonna have some silent streams soon. I mean, you guys can talk to each other, but I need to start turning off my microphone more. Oh, and fuck you, Nathan. I'm so glad you're busy with Pokemon. Because you'd pick it up in a week. You'd be like, fuck this guy. I bet I could do it. And you'd be like, okay, you'd like plug your keyboard into your computer. Nathan plays piano, by the way. And then you just learn Fruity Loops really quickly. You'd be like, I'll do it to fuck with Mikey. But then you'll be like, oh no, actually, that was really fucking easy. That didn't take any effort at all. And you'd be like, oh, come to my stream. Look at my album. You'd be like, Mikey, oh, I'm really into releasing hit fucking albums. I'm really into being in a Spotify top 100 now, Mikey. Oh, let me tell you all about it. Yeah, well done, Nathan. No, it's really good. Like, I met all these industry moguls. Good for you, good for you. Oh, man. Really vibing. Huh? Yep. I've got Christina Aguilera to sample on a track. Because I said yes to something. Uh-huh. I use Fruity Loops for my piano keys already. It's for Premiere Pro of sound software. Not Vegas. What would be the Vegas of sound software? Also, goddamn you guys. What would be the Vegas of sound software? I was using it earlier today to edit a Battlefield clip. And like, all your words came echoing into my head from yesterday, and I was just looking at it and I was just like, is this the last time I use Vegas? Is this out? It won't be the last, but it might be near the last. clean, 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 proud, proud. He does. Most people have that software. You should use it too. Fruity Loops. I didn't realize the F-bomb was a big deal. It's not. I say it all the time, but it's still in there. It's still in there as a banned word. What methods you guys use whilst painting semi-transparent stuff, like thin fabric? Better to paint the skin and after the fabric, or the fabric and some skin color? So I knew my method might be slower, but I find it mentally easier. Paint the skin on a different layer, do your fabric, and then decide where you want to soft erase the fabric to like bring some of the skin forward and out. And I usually have the fabric on more than one layer as well. So I've got like a really soft layer and bits for like highlights and folds and wrinkles, where once it's kind of wrinkled a bit over itself, you don't see it as transparent anymore. And if we're talking about like really gentle fabrics, I usually stick to a soft round brush. If I want details, I make the brush really small, but I still keep it soft round. Oh, I'm crying. Just a little bit. Like pantyhose or tights. Yeah, those, if we're talking about dark material, then I start coming in with a multiply layer and like get really loose and free with adjusting the opacity till I like it. That's how you do it too. Flesh first, clothes seconds. Approach to life. Give me the flesh. I'd love to make music sampling movies. Like dubstep. Don't dodge. It's for Premiere Pro of sound software. Oh no, I already read that. Oh, Eva. But Eva, I know you've been coming in a bit passive-aggressive as a form of communicating how you're feeling towards me today. But I don't think we're so at odds right now that we need to drag Audacity into this. Audacity has been my boy for a million years. It's free, it's simple, it's effective. Let's not bring everything into the mud tonight, okay? This is a Mikey Mega Mega live stream, not a pig pen. Audacity is awesome. Okay, thank you. You had me worried for a minute. I was like, fuck me dead. If they start shitting on Audacity, I don't know what I've got left. I don't know what I have. Skin, fabric, soft brush, some texture. But the audacity you have to call me passive aggressive, Eva, I have genuinely no idea what energy you're bringing to any of your sentences. You've got to give me way more context. Like, are you genuinely educating me on some concerns? Or are you being cheeky? I can't tell. I'm worrying that the medium is affecting the accuracy of the communication. Oh no! Oh, what? Would you like to rate your Logitech hardware? My mouse and keyboard? Never install the Logitech app, guys. Never install it. You don't need it. I thought like something had fully fucked up then. That was a deep Windows error. She's not being cheeky. You were rather rude to her earlier. Yeah, there's a big disconnect. I feel like it's only just recently. Well, it's never been great, but I feel like just recently. I don't think I'm being rude. I'm not gaslighting this. Just recently, I feel like I'm just explaining where I'm coming from, and I'm doing it so badly that it is just being rude and interpreted accurately as being rude when it's not my intent. And so I'm just getting utterly confused. This has happened for pretty much all week. I'd rather you live with your misapprehension. Fair enough. Because I'm tired of you pretending I never said anything. I don't have a good memory. I've got a very bad memory. Are you talking about something in the past? Or are you just talking in general over this week recently? Logitech used to be gamers. Logitech used to be gamers, darlings. But I've been increasingly seeing more complaints regarding them. Oh, they used to be gamers' darlings. I understand the context. Yeah, I remember there was a Logitech stand at TwitchCon, and I was like, oh, that's funny. There's a stand for the mouse and keyboard people, but like everyone was taking it really seriously. They're like, oh, it's a Logitech stand. Go check out the new low latency mouse. Like everyone else was proper into it, and I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. I never work like this. I'm literally just going in with a hard brush. Not even a texture brush now, just painting over corners and stuff. Opal, what? Tell me. Oh, cheers, Eva. Thank you. Yeah, multiply layered. If something looks really sharp and clean, it's because I probably lasso tooled it and then just dropped a color on top. Yes. We're finishing her today. Hopefully. We're accepting the roughness. We're almost there.
Very cool, way to go.
Yo, Mikael. You've dropped a gifto onto Opal. Merci beaucoup. Opal the Viper. Happy birthday. I hope you're having a gorgeous day. What are you up to? And Miku, thank you very much for dropping a birthday gift sub. Bon joyeux. I don't know what happy birthday is in French. Yo, hey, warmest wishes. Did you get up to anything? What kind of birthday is your kind of birthday? Chillin' low-key? Go out and do something? see a show, relax. Okay, before I try doing these lines and experimenting with any Blue Banner stuff, I'm going to go for a wee. Need to do another pass on skin highlights as well, I think. I will see you guys in just a few momenta. Oh, Jesus. Thank you very much for hanging out. Lovely to have you. Oh, hello, Goth Mistress Raven. Yeah, I love your username. How are you, by the way? Oh, lovely, that feels really good. What did I say I was going to do? Was I going to make some tea? How are we looking for tea? Yeah, I'm going to make a cup of tea. Sorry, guys. Oh yeah. Me and tea. Now, let's read this essay that Boomy's typed. Hello, hello. Oh, did you have to retype it? Sorry, Boomy, my bad. Thank you for sharing it again. Ah, one second, I'm just gonna get in the back of my neck. Miku, you're so handsome. Have I ever said? Opal, congratulations again. Pandelia, hey, thank you. Hey, thank you very much. We've dragged her out of the mud and the gutter. It's been a long journey. So thank you. Je suis expériente. Painting takes so long. Okay, I have a question. Do you guys construct characters without reference? I actually don't draw from reference a lot, but for some reason I'm improving so much just doing fundamentals. Is this valid? I do still observe a lot and to understand things all the time, but I'm never directly like copying or treating it as a solution. I always apply my own proportions and style, etc. Ooh, so I'm glad you feel what you're doing is valid. As far as I'm concerned, there is nothing in a creative art process that is invalid. The only thing, as far as I'm concerned, that you can do that's wrong is lie about what you're doing. If it works for you and you like it, then it's yours. Studying proportions and anatomy, especially surface anatomy, is super important. We've been on an emotional journey just drawing this person's armpit. And the fundamentals are like, so you're going to find a lot of artists who are roughly where I am, and we all do the same thing. We never sit and study the fundamentals. We just know that they exist and that they're a weakness. They're a weak spot in our work. And we just try to solve every individual problem when it turns up in every individual piece, instead of like understanding the wider fundamentals. But taking time out to do that sort of study is what you do when you're caught up with your backlog. For me, I find that, so like this, for example, so this is a sketch. I didn't use a reference because we started with a doodle and the doodle expanded. I was referencing the actual character from the game. I have a big picture of Angela from Marvel Rivals up on this screen right in front of me. In fact, there's no nipples in any of this, but I'm not going to turn the camera around that much. It's a pain in the ass. But when it comes to poses, and this is maybe just me, because gesture is still a bit of a weakness for me, but when it comes to poses and gesture and angles, I will always be stronger if I've got some appropriate references. That does not necessarily mean copying the actual pose that's in front of me, but if I'm trying to, like, say I want to draw a character jumping over something, all of a sudden I'm just like, oh wait, well how do you look when you jump over something? Like, okay, well I vaguely know that depending on your method there might be like a lead leg, and you might like lower your torso to hoik your bottom part up a bit as you kind of vault over something. But that's never gonna quite be as good or necessarily make me as confident with it than if I then have a picture of somebody jumping over something. I'm just like, oh yeah, I get it. I get the motion, I get the fluidity, I get the body lines a bit more. Even if I'm doing it from a different angle or a different kind of jump, I think that helps massively. But then again, I know artists that don't. I know artists that literally sit there with no reference and start making their manga. They just don't have a problem with it because they've mastered what they're doing and they've committed all of that to memory. So yeah, as far as the validity point, don't worry. Be honest about your work. Otherwise people will call you out on it. But, mate, don't worry about validity. Enjoy, experiment. Mikey covers up his weaknesses by drawing big breasts. You may not have realised it, but it's actually a stick drawing with fully rendered boobs. I don't know what happens where the abdomen meets the bottom, because I've never had to worry about it. I do not know what happens where the abdomen reaches the bottom middle of the rib cage, near the thorax. Just boobs. Boobs happen. Colour theory, box, cylinders, never! Sorry, by the way, I'm just peeling an easy peeler before we get back to work. Oh, shit. Sorry, I've just realised it. I'll start another recording to wrap up. You've got a photographic memory. Oh, damn. My mum used to love the writer and artist's yearbook. A writer and artist's yearbook? Is that like a compendium of work? It was only for a few years, but I started collecting Spectrum magazine. I don't even know if they exist post-COVID. But Spectrum was a collection of the best digital artworks, whether it is like advertising, fantasy, all that sort of stuff. Books are gorgeous. Mandibles. I know you're talking to Ashu, but I recently read a great book on editing. It's not exactly writing, but it had great advice on writing as well. Hey Frog Fanart, how you doing? How do people go from flat to non-flat looking art? It genuinely amazes me. No amount of cubes is saving me. So, who's that guy who has that method? This is a real old art book. Anyone can draw. So to quote Loomis and Arthur Zeigberg, there's really only two things you're doing when you're drawing or painting or illustrating. You're either laying down what is a line work, outline, guideline, or you're rendering texture, light and shadow. You're either drawing a line or you're rendering something. So you can draw all the cubes in the world to understand their physical structure, but they're never going to necessarily feel three-dimensional until you render in your light and shade to describe that dimension. Drawing dimensions is one thing, describing them is the other. Loomis is the only one who survived the purge. We can't all be astronauts. Yeah, Kid Luden. So they were all born on another planet that got destroyed in a war. Or they landed on another planet that turned into an ice age. What was it? That was it. They were born on Earth. So Kid Ludens, they were all born on Earth, and a separate alien race that like gathered animals from different planets for their zoos, picked up proto-humans, put them on another planet where it crashed. Then there was a wipeout event on Earth, and the ones on the other planet survived, had a war for resources, and then made it back to the moon before sending the last of their ships to Earth. Yeah, inherit the stars? So we're descended from our own species after it diverged on another planet, but who still originated on Earth. This book is basically a space conundrum, a anthropological conundrum set in our solar system. But the essence of the book is more like a procedural about, well, how would different groups seriously take this question versus who would ignore it. The ancient alien spaceship was on Ganymede. It's not a compendium of works. It's got tips and contacts and resources. Oh, what did you call it? The writer's editor's book. Oh, damn. Very sure. Mikey misses things all the time and tells people to re-ask. Absolutely. I'm trying to be a bit more cognizant of clicking your names to see any missed paragraphs. Like missing the odd sentence or the odd answer to a question is just the natural part of streaming. But I'm trying to be a bit better at, like, if you've actually written me like a paragraph, I haven't just totally blanked it. Oh my god, Eva. I've just read the bit about you explaining why you don't answer in chat because I don't read it. Great resources, Udemy. Do they do loads of mixed courses? Are they the ones? Alright, we need to do a little bit more skin highlight. Just a little bit more shadows and highlight on the skin. A little bit more push and pull, but barely any. And then I'll do the black line, and then I'll do the... I don't know if we'll keep it super black. And then we'll do the other highlight. Also, I'm aware that she has tattoos on her arms, her thighs, and a scar on her tummy. We better do the scar now as well, actually. We are walking away from this tonight. Evil dies tonight. Evil dies tonight! Sorry, that was my indignant sound effect. Because, the lasso tool didn't stay. Follow me for more old man noises. Yo, do you guys still go out Halloweening? You guys still go out trick-or-treating? I find as long as I turn all my lights off, nobody bothers me. The world of books. I've kept them in eBay business. Damn. Random question. If you could appear on any TV game show or reality show, which one would you like to be in? Eva, have you seen the comedy short where it's a secret millionaire show where there's like 16 contestants and they're all living in a mansion together? And except one of the rooms in the mansion has the £1 million. And like they obviously they have to vote out the person who they thinks is the person with the money until, you know, somebody at the end wins. No. So the show is a fake concept for the comedy skit. But the £1 million is in, like, you know, in order for it to look good on camera, it's in coins. And so it's like the next day, it's like day one in a millionaire's mansion. And it's like, I think Tanya's the millionaire. She's fat. And all this just stupid shit. And then it just cuts to this one guy and he comes down the stairs and his stomach is massive. And he's like, like jingles like change with every step. And he's just like, oh, I think it's Tony. Oh. I definitely didn't eat the money. So if I wasn't on that TV show, because it's fictional, Dear one on Big Brother. I wouldn't do Big Brother. Far too intrusive. Those Survivor ones look like an absolute Lord of the Rings nightmare. Oh, do you know what, Eva? I'd just go on one of the nice ones. It doesn't have to be extreme. It doesn't have to be mental. So not Hell's Kitchen. I'd go on that. What's that one on British TV? Where it's always some really nice, gentle things they've got to do. Where it would be like, fill up this bathtub without standing too close to the bath. And you get to use anything in the shed. Does anybody have any idea what I'm talking about? It's like super gentle. Sadly, I haven't the brains for Countdown. Game show, Mikey, not reality show. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, I'd love to do a game show. Sorry. Do you know what? So my answer, I asked myself a different question. And I talked myself into answering the correct question by not paying attention. And I still don't understand why people are fed up with me. Yeah, so actually, Eva, I would go for a game show. The one... Oh, Taskmaster. Because that's like literally just like, in order to be on that show, it clearly only takes a weekend of filming, so it's not too disruptive. You're not stuck there. The tasks are like usually gentle and fun and silly. It looks like the staff and everyone involved is pleasant to talk to. You'd mostly just be having tea and biscuits on set, waiting for like the different camera setups and stuff. Yeah, I'd do a Taskmaster. What about you, Eva? Eva's like, I am ready for Survivor. I am Hell's Kitchen. What would you do? I bet you try answering the puzzles whilst you're watching. I thought you would say Taskmaster. There are flies in here. One in particular. Or you'd yell wasps for everything. I feel like feel like, who's the guy who came down from the mountain? And he had his top 10 greatest hits. I feel like Moses coming down from the... Please tell me if it's not Moses. I feel like Moses coming down from the Mount, the Sermon on the Mount, and being like, okay, here's the 10 Commandments. That was my wasp. Everyone was like, wow, this is the future of law. And then, like, you know, he was like, hey, that went really well. So next, maybe he walked up another mount. Maybe he went to the top of a tall building and came down with some more stuff written on stone tablets. But this time the crowd's really not feeling it. That's me and like, guys, I climbed a really tall tree and I came down with my top 10 cooking tips this time. And everyone's like, nah, we're over it, mate. We're not into that anymore. You've done your bit. That's me with Wasp. I'm just like, Wasp? It's like the energy's gone. Like that Wasp moment was as precious as a fleeting dying flower. Thank you for answering and indulging. It was a good question, Eva. But Eva, what was yours? What was your game show? It sounds like when Cartman ate the fake treasure in South Park. Oh my god, I barely have no memory of that, but maybe that's real. £10,000 of 1 million Great British pounds. Oh yeah, actually, it might be incredibly heavy. We do a thing for trick-or-treaters. Turn the acid sprinklers on. Oh, we do a tent with lights and candy bags and a campfire. WTB skills, that's super dope. I love the energy. Oh, is trick-or-treating not a thing in Brazil, I knew? Yeah, Kid Ludens, lights off is a big deal. I'm 20 years too old for that. I know, but maybe some of you guys like are on like door duty for trick-or-treaters, or like you're going around like hustling the kids. Hustling, like managing the kids and like keeping an eye on them. Not like conning them out of money, but like, you know, hustling them around up and down the roads. The irony of reading so much and not being able to spell. Yeah, that's real. Total Wipeout. Oh, that's the one where you have to do the assault course over the swimming pool. That does look quite fun. You do Shark's Tank. Or Shark's Den. Crocodile's Den. Lion's Den. Shark Tank. He didn't have the context again. Oh, I'm sorry. Brad, how you doing, man? Lovely to see you, bro. Are you playing any spooky games for spooky season? Also, Brad, random question I'm just asking chat right now. Do you do anything for Halloween? Like, are you on, like, door duty? Do you have to, like, watch kids? Do you go out trick-or-treating? Do you, like, do your house up? Or is it just, like, if I turn off the lights, nobody will come to my house? I'm single and I avoid kids. Okay, you're like me. It's just like, don't, because like I think the rule of thumb, we're in my village, is if you like basically decorate your house and put out a pumpkin, that means like you can come and trick-or-treaters can come. And if you like don't put out a pumpkin and turn off all the downstairs lights. In Germany, the kids that come up to the door will perform a poem. No! What? The kids that come up to the door will perform a poem. Unfortunately, it's always the same poem. But because I'm not a dickhead, I will always listen to the entire thing for the 10th time in a row. Of course, man. I mean, like, you know, it's much like how, like, It doesn't matter what your opinion is. It doesn't matter who you like or who you don't like. If it's somebody's wedding, you put that shit away for that day, because the whole point of that day is to make it the best possible day for the bride. You avoid doing anything that draws attention to yourself. In a similar way, but maybe not as strongly, I guess that's trick-or-treating and kids, right? You're just like, oh, it's for the kids. It's a kid's day. I don't like listening to the trick-or-treat song, but they like singing it. So do you know what? Singing it's fine by me. The context comment was about you talking about Moses and wasps. I understood the context perfectly, Eva. That's... I'm so scared to answer you, Eva. I can't explain the fear I have in my tummy right now. I'm getting acid indigestion. I completely understood the context. You didn't understand my stupid journey that I was taking that on. That's all. Because, like, Moses came down from the mountain and he was like, yo, I've got 10 laws. And, like, that caught on, right? That was really big. It was really popular. That was Moses's version of my wasps. I guessed wasps, and it was success all night long. It was a genius moment. Moses came down from the mountain of the laws, and everyone followed those laws. Don't covet thy neighbor's things. So what I'm getting at is that I'm always chasing the dragon now. I'm always chasing that feeling on wasps. So I'm always trying to say one-word answers to different shows. But they're never magically correct, the way that wasps was magically the correct answer in Contexto. In a very similar vein, Moses, having gotten a taste for the good life, was like, oh, what if I come down from other tall objects with other rules? Maybe that will also be good. He's chasing the dragon too. So he'll like climb a really tall tree and then come down with his top 10 cooking tips written on stone tablets. But just like me chasing wasps, it never caught on. Since you didn't read the message in time, it makes no sense. Oh, sorry. I never understand you properly. Sorry to put you off. I feel like we've definitely gotten worse this week, in particular, Eva. Just know at the bottom of everything, I love you deeply. Please remember that. Because, like, I feel like I'm really testing the limits of that love. But yeah, I'm like, don't get me wrong. I am 100% convinced out of the two of us, I'm the problem. That's never in doubt. I'm just like, we're at cross purposes of me understanding exactly where that problem is. That's all. Wasps was your Moby D? Yeah, Wasps was my Moby D. I love kids, but at a safe distance. Yeah, Brad, I think so. Like, I think children are wonderful in that, they have the most priceless thing in the world that's worthless in hindsight. They have innocence. And so, like, young kids being filled with wonder. And if you tell a kid that a magician lives in that house and an evil wizard is his neighbor and his dog can talk, a kid will believe it. Because they're just like, wow, okay. And I think that is, like, so insanely precious as a single guy about kids. So I think that's really important. Up until the kid is about this tall. You can't see where my hand is. I think my hand is saying maybe 3 or 4 or 5 years old. 5 or 6 years old, maybe? Like when they're old enough to start talking to you, but young enough that their version of the world is like a wonderland. Do you know what I mean? I genuinely think that's amazing. The moment they're taller than that, I don't want to see them or hear from them until they're about 24 years old. We had a wonderful project we were working on conversationally the other day, which was months ago, about like maybe we could like have a wonderful new continent where once you turn maybe like 14, you all go there until you're in your mid-20s and then you come back to the rest of society. Because I don't want to devalue growing and learning or anything like that. But I just do it. So just, fuck off. Sorry. Yeah, that's the joy about kids. But keep the snot nose away. I'm not even a germaphobe. Brad, I worked in a daycare for 2 weeks a million years ago. And the only thing I learned was that a surprisingly large amount of them smell of poo. And they either call you mummy or they call you whatever their parents call them. So it's just like, mummy, draw me a rocket ship. Draw me another picture. Or it'd be like, darling, come play house, darling. And you just kind of like, yeah, fine. Because they're all living in their like wonderful little fantasies. Which teen hurt you, Mikey? I think they're brilliant, but like, there's no point talking to them. You know, it's all the self-centeredness of a young child mixed with the arrogance of a young adult. It's like, God, why do you ever want to interact with that? Am I just alienating people left, right, and center today? By making that leg squeeze less, have I made it appear weirdly overlong? Technically no, but it might be a bit too much. It brings it into focus though, it's really weird. Just by doing that white bit there, it suddenly makes you ask if that leg's too long. I've never asked that before. Again, sorry if you don't like self-promotion. I just want you to play my game. I specifically asked you what games you're playing this Halloween. The window's right open. Yo, Mikey, I'm here to self-promote and ask for your feedback for a game I am in that you can get a free demo. Oh, fuck yeah! I didn't make it, but I am in it. So guys, OG Brad Vickers is a dude. Please tell me if I'm a million miles off. Canadian actor who who voiced the original Brad Vickers from the OG Resident Evil 3. It's part of Next Fest, Ground Zero. Yeah. One sec. It's a free demo, you say? Oh, okay. By the way, Boomy, I'm going to read your comment in a quick sec. Yeah, don't worry, Brad, you're gold. You prepped it with enough concern and self-awareness to not rub anyone the wrong way before soft delivering. You don't have to stream it, just check it out. Oh, don't worry, mate. I'm... Brad, fear not. I'm happy enough to know that I will do whatever the hell I want to do, positive or negative, towards the end of this game, so we're fine. I promise to only stream it if I want to. Okay, it's called... I try. Do you remember when the CEO of Twitch did a charity stream and he just went into other people's streams to promote it? And in the paragraph that promotes the stream, it also said, by the way, I can't hear what you're saying because I'm live. It's like 5 levels of rude. Can I suggest getting yourself a smart watch? But I've got you, Eva, instead of the next AAA game to help you get fitter next year. Do you know what, Eva? I have never considered a smart watch before in my life. This might sound like a dumb question from somebody who's not wearing a watch and who's famously bad with timekeeping. Thank you. What does a smartwatch do that a normal watch doesn't? Because a normal watch comes with most normal, well, like a digital watch comes with a stopwatch. Like if you're going for a jog and you want to time yourself or time lapse, most watches have stopwatches and timers. Or like if you're going to like do sit-ups and then jog for 3 minutes, you can I think you can program that into a lot of normal watches. What's the extra stuff that smartwatches do? Sorry. Right, let me look, I've got to look at this game before I forget. Ground Zero. Now, I've been hurt before, Brad. Let me tell you about my emotions. Brad, do you happen to know of another gaming streamer and voice actor called Fei Lin? She's a super lovely human being. She voice acted in a game which everybody else seemed to like, but I found that game so incredibly difficult. I mean, I was not understanding the wall running mechanics at all. Very frustrating, dying a lot. I mean, it is a game where you're supposed to die a lot anyway. But, oh man, I was just like, do you know what? I don't think I'm ever going to listen to a voice actor ever again. The watch will sell your personal data. Oh, good. It's a classic RE clone, but good. Ground Zero, I see it here. To be announced. Fight through post-apocalyptic South Korea in this retro survival horror. Uncover the truth behind the devastating meteor impact that left the country in ruins and turned every living organism into a terrifying monstrosity. Fight, solve puzzles, upgrade gear, make every bullet count. It does look like a Resident Evil love letter. Yo, I'll check this out. Ooh, that lady's got her bum out. Yeah, I'll check this out, Brad. Ground Zero demo. Oh, I have to do it. One sec. Oh no, am I recorded? I did start recording. Okay, brilliant. Let me just pause the recording real quickly. My video games go on this computer. I've got to download it on this one. Oh, keyboard's not talking. Yeah, no, Brad, you're actually fine, because, like, I'm not doing this to be nice to you. Oh, man, I can't believe Brad came into my stream and started advertising his own shit, and I was putting a smile on it and being polite, but really, it was really fucking rude of him, but I don't know how to address it, because he's like a fellow content creator. It's none of that. This is actually Resident Evil love letters and Resident Evil inspired clones are things that I am genuinely interested in taking a look at, so you're actually fine. You've actually met my genuine requirements for me to be curious. All right, back to work. Makes me want to buy it. Nice, thank you. I'll get your feedback since I have the devs here pretty close. Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Pixie's just like, and Mikey, when would you like to be actually reminded to play this game? Pixie, if I have not played or at least looked at the Ground Zero's demo by the, what day is it today? By this time next week, feel free to remind me, Pixie, thank you. Heart rate, oxygen, we're talking about watches. Heart rate, oxygen levels, fall alerts. Do you mean like help, I've slipped in the bathtub? Oh my god, I'm at that age. I'm at the age where you guys are recommending watches. Give an alert if I've fallen over. They do smartphone stuff. I don't understand. Wait. I know that the technology is there. I'm asking if people are actually doing it before I sound like a total Luddite. Are you telling me people make phone calls from their watch, like in the films? Okay, hands up in chat if you've ever made a phone call from a smartwatch. Hey Dare, how you doing, man? What is your opinion on active recall practice? Yeah, would you mind just giving me a quick overview of what that means? Hands up. It can cost about the same for you, but it can track your... Oh, fuck, do you know what? I'm so sorry, guys. They track your steps now. I totally forgot. In my day, I had a little device that you put on your... This is how old I am. I had a little... Was it a Fitbit or like a Fitbit knockoff? It was a device you had to put on your belt. And it kind of like... It just felt the motion of your hips moving and counted it as a step. We used to walk around all the time and count it. It can track your steps, your sleep, your stress, your blood pressure, and have a stopwatch and a timer. Those are smartwatches. Eva's talking to people on her watch. Eva, my mentality is still very much set in like Star Trek TNG from the 90s. And you're talking to people on your watch, Eva. Wow, man. Really fun. Do the training, you know. It takes about 2 hours first run. 2 hours is the limit of my interest, mate. For me, the worst sin a video commits... A video game can commit is being too long. No, a video horror game in particular. I haven't done a call. You have texted using a smartwatch. Oh, no, you texted using a pedometer. Active recall is basically drawing or sketching with a reference, and when you're done, turn off a reference and draw again without it. Oh, that's pretty cool. Dare, that sounds like, I mean, that sounds like just testing yourself to make sure you've understood your homework. That, on paper, sounds like a very effective thing to do. Because it will show you where you're filling the gaps mentally and what your biases are. I've never had the spare time to sit down and give that a go, but it sounds like something I should definitely try. Sorry, Dare, I don't have a strong opinion on it other than, oh shit, that sounds really clever. That sounds like a very methodical way to approach the art. Brad, feel no need to hang out post demo download coital. You're fine, mate. You don't have to give me a cigarette and a pat on the back and tell me I was prettier than the other live streamers. Brad, you go to your next streamer on your list that you're friends with, and you talk about that game that you've voiced in. Go for it, dude. No shade, mate. No shade. Dare, have you given it a go? Your health is important. You've been putting off an active effort for over 6 years. I have been doing that. Yeah, I'm trying it out. I'm majoring in, and my health is important, thank you. And I'm majoring in pedagogy. And I thought of trying it out in art. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a solid thing to do. Now, I don't know if this counts as active recall. And before I say this next thing, I need to be very clear that I saw this from a YouTube video a million years ago involving a guy drawing sharks and cartoon sharks. The reason why I say that is because I've heard another artist say that was their advice and their idea. And that they'd seen people giving out their advice like they owned it. And I was just like, pretty sure that advice has been around in the art community longer than I've known you to be working. But some people are funny. So I guess there's but British humour is the best. I will lurk. I'm making myself food. I won't hear you. Yeah, be happy, man. So I don't know if this counts as being part of that technique, but I watched a YouTube video a long time ago, and this is like a cartoon illustrator who's like, here's how I learned to illustrate an animal on my own. And he's basically just like, I look at loads of pictures of the animal. So he had loads of pictures of sharks, and then he filled the sketchbook, like trying to understand their key shapes. So he was drawing the sharks from reference, but he was like, you know, what's going on? Where's the main bulk of the torso before it comes to tail? What kind of notable shapes really describe the ridge? You know, the head goes a bit flat before then the curve underneath is stronger, and then there's like the mouth is usually that distance away and all that sort of stuff. Really just anatomically on a surface level, just getting used to it. And then with the pictures of the sharks up and his sketches up, using those basic shapes that he'd sort of like use to break them down a bit, he'd draw some more sharks. Just following those rules a bit that he'd sort of learnt. And then he'd turn his sketchbook page away from all of that, and then on his own, he'd draw cartoon sharks, where he starts experimenting with keeping all of that relationship rules, but exaggerating certain parts of it to make it more cartoony. And he's like, how many different shapes and ways can I draw sharks, but are still clearly sharks, because they still follow the key visual things that I picked up. So he would, like, you know, look at the source, break down the source, but then apply it freely based on how he likes to draw. And he's like, and that's kind of how I fill my brain library, my what do you call it, a mind palace. He's like, that's how I fill my mind palace with business. I thought it was fascinating. So I don't know if that's remotely near, but it feels like that's using the same mental technique. How do you approach learning in art? For me, it was mostly studies. In terms of drawing what I draw, I was inspired by a handful of waifu artists back in the day. I was like, I like drawing. I could draw boobs, because I would just draw my own fantasy stuff. But I was like, what if I drew more boobs? And one of my biggest inspirations to get me started, at least, was Rake. Ronaldo Quintero, an excellent waifu artist. So I used to sit there and literally just have a picture of Rake's work up, and I would just try to draw it as accurately as possible with pencil and paper, and be like, why is this so hot? You know, because it's got loads of shading, or is it like the pose, or is it like the boobs, or like how cute the face is? And I would just try to understand why something was hot, and then try to remember that when I drew something for myself. By the way, Boomy, forgot to reply, but I do use references. It's more like, if I use it, I will understand by drawing it from lots of different angles. And I do everything to avoid copying, because I feel like nothing sticks if my focus is to recreate what I see. Yes, I know many people who are very good at copying, but still struggle on their own. A smart watch. Oh, cheers, Eva. A smart watch. We need to do another layer. Sorry, I'm just going to have a custard cream or two. It is time for me to cook my dinner. Almost. By the way, there's nothing cancelled in my shopping. I've nailed the best shopping pattern now. Goodbye to weekend shopping for Tesco. Might as well throw your money in the bin. I can't create, so I look for cosplayers to draw. How's Pila? Speaking of cosplayers, how's she doing? You do it with anatomy and faces. That's it. More biscuit. Oh, thank you. I don't know what's going on in that neck, but we're going to hide it immediately. If you don't know how something is working, simple is best. And if you're unsure of your footing in a knife fight, bare feet is best. Just talked to her about game stuff a month ago. Fair enough. I feel like she's tried her hand at a lot of different stuff. Oh, hope she's doing good. Yeah. She's lovely. Oh my god. Oh man, there's some clicks going on there. Yeah, I'm on the cusp of dinnering. I really want to do these skin highlights first. Let me see what those custard creams do. They might bring me back from the brink a little bit. Oh, look, there's an ad break in about 8 minutes. I'll put my dinner on him. Okay. Also, I want to do some brightness and saturation stuff to a flat layer. Oh, sorry. Just apologise to myself just then. Hey, maybe it's dinner time. They say the American version of being too drunk is when you start having an argument with yourself in the mirror because you won't get out of your own way. I think the English version of that is when you're so tired you mess something up and then apologise to yourself. As if there's another person there. Excuse me. If you get a Fitbit watch, you could even track your food and have a diet plan. I mean, sometimes I follow a diet when I'm losing weight. That's kind of like a plan. I just don't think I mean, like, I will think about it, Eva. Thanks, that's a good suggestion. I wonder if I might be a bit hesitant about having a watch tell me what to do. I'm already not doing what everybody else tells me to do. I don't know if I want to buy another item, which I then also ignore accordingly. But I will give it some thought, though. That's a great suggestion. Just use a spreadsheet. I fucking love a spreadsheet. That's kind of what I'm thinking. When I spreadsheet, I'm at my finest. Spreadsheet Mikey is like perfect Mikey. I used to tell Eva all about no secrets with Eva. I used to tell Eva all about my spreadsheets back in the day. I used to talk about how good they were, and I still believe it to be true. They were fucking amazing. Just remembering my spreadsheet pride. Oh, Eva. You don't know how good it is. I got it so good. I used to go on. They are great, but you don't use them. Yeah, back when I used them. So what I basically want to do is, I wonder if I can just bring up the light tones in the skin to save me painting any more on there. And then cut everything else out before I do some highlights. I'm only worrying about the skin right now. bit much in it. I'm kind of alright that whole thing, to be fair. It won't quite go as rough and ready as the line art is in the rival style. Like a really, really dark red. No risk of sun. A torrential downpour today. Oh, Fenrir. How was the surgery, dude? How you feeling, man? One of the times I went to Dubai, the one where we went to that house party, just flew to Dubai because I was invited to a house party with a mate. But the next day, because he had a work meeting, I just had the hotel to myself. And he was like, yo, just go check out the beaches or whatever. And I was just like, or I could use the internet to chill out all day long. I don't know what it is about some sort of holidays and places, but like my outdoor limit can get really limited. I was like, I just need to decompress, thank you very much. And then I was like, I started feeling bad about it. I was like, oh, should I really be grabbing the bull by the horns and checking another amazing things in Dubai? And then that day they just had like the biggest downpour of rain that they'd had in like 15 years or something. And it like flooded sections of the Dubai Mall and stuff. And I was just like, perfect. I couldn't have asked for a better sign. It was both better and worse than expected. Oh my god. Hydration and liquid diet time. This is on the one day I have to be somewhere on time. The streets started flooding. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to go put my dinner on in the air fryer. Get it prepped, get it going. And then we'll come back and we'll finish this lining. I'll just do this one chain really quickly though. Oh, is it? I've drawn this chain in a rather abstract manner over here. Let's not look at it. What's my neck been aching so much tonight? Alright guys, I'm going to leave you with Angela. Please excuse me. I'll be back. Well, I'll put it on and then we'll play a word game. And then I'll go and eat it and then we'll get back to art. I'll do a cheeky bit of contexto. I'm going to go ahead and save one more flat copy. I'm not even sure what I've done recently without any of the line art stuff before I put it on. Oh, but she's cleaned up. Crisp. On the one day I've remembered... oh, sorry, I've just read that. It was an adventure. Fenrir, I'm glad you're on the other side of it. I wish you the warmest recuperations. Watch a sitcom or something silly. Wait for the painkillers to kick in. That's why Fenrir went to Thailand. He's got the good shit. Fenrir's about to go on a spirit journey and meet his ancestors. I'll see you guys shortly. And then you'll have to put your thinking hats on for context. Ew. Right, the pork is cooking. Oh, they're actually super strict about the good painkillers. Oh god, are they like Japan? I'm so sorry. Pizza's okay. Fenrir, you need to get a wonderful Thai... Now, this is what I'd say to you if you weren't in a relationship. You'd need to get a wonderful Thai lady to chew it for you, Fenrir. And then drop it in your mouth like a bird feeding a chick. Alright guys, it's going to take 10 minutes for my food to cook before I go down and eat it. So we're going to just kill that time by playing a context-based word game that I both love and am infuriated by. Now, which of these buttons is the right button? This is good enough. That'll do. Doop-de-doo. Doop-de-doo. I haven't seen Fua stream in a hot minute. Doop-de-doo. I have ashamed myself. I've shamed myself, and I've shamed my forefathers. Oh, man. Jesus, mate. I'm Fenrir. I'm sorry. Fenrir, I'm not cool anymore. Fenrir, I'm not cool anymore. There's no help for me. No help at all. There's no hope. Alright guys, let's play Contexto. Now, both of them are good. But there's two versions. This might be the other one. No, it's not. By the way, I've been saying Contexto a lot. Just to make it really clear, I'm not talking about Contexto at all. So don't listen to what I'm saying. Oh, I just missed one of my favorite references when it was referenced back to me. Apple? Oh, gross. We were on the website literally the other day, literally yesterday. Oh, here we go. But it's not, that's not the game. Oh my god, there's like a million websites that look very similar. I think they're all ripping each other up. Let's go into my history. We were here like, what, a few days ago? Contexto. What day is it today? The 14th? Oh, Connexo! Oh, Connexo! Ripping each other off, not ripping each other up. Sorry, we're look, my brain needs food, okay? Connexo. This is actually the worst time to play a Connexo game. It was Connexo or Contexto Connections. Connexo? This is a real game. Help Mikey get to the right website. Marek Gildane plugs his ears with his fingers. I'm not listening to Mikey's words anymore. Damn. Type P. Where? Are we in the right one? Yeah, daily game. Let's go, let's go. Okay, you guys know how this works. There are 4 groups of 4 associated words. We have to identify those words. And no, I won't play Connect 4. There's somebody who was really good at Connect 4 in an office job once. And then he kept smashing everyone. And then I just sat down and beat him at like, and I didn't have a game plan. I only started paying attention in the middle of the game. And just destroyed him. And he had a funny hump about it. It was so weird. It was like that girl who said she definitely didn't fancy me, but thought we would be really good housemates. And then she never spoke to me ever again after I just pulled another mutual friend of ours. In the search history. No, it's okay. Miko, this computer right here. Oh my god. Miko, just to be clear, I would never publicly click on my search history if we were using my main computer. My like gaming computer that you're looking at right now, where I do my artwork and play video games, that computer is pure. I keep it pure so that there's no way on that computer I would accidentally embarrass or cancel myself. Yeah, no. This computer, though, the streaming one, yeah, I can't let you near it. Even if I do some artwork where it's got nipples, I save a black bar in the Photoshop layer before I save the file. So even like opening Photoshop with little icons and indicators, nothing's going to get me in trouble. So, wait, Twitch does web browsing. What? The PC of Dorian Gray. That was the other one. One of them is pure forever. What's the other one? Has all the viruses and all the downloads and all the desktop strippers. Damn, mate, post-op Fenris fucking switched on. Okay, I really like that one. That's really good. You have pork belly chicharron of tomatoes and fish paste. And leftover abado of rice. I also have pork belly going with mixed salad, including a little bit of red onion, baby tomato, sweet corn, a couple types of lettuce, French dressing, roasted salted almonds, hunks of cheddar cheese, and salt. Desktop strippers. Mine are still there. I can't delete them. Oh, I mean, I've tried, but they literally it keeps coming back. How's your 20-year-old Chinese laptop that's bulging? Shall I show you her? Guys, so, as you know, as a man who doesn't like using condoms, I also very much don't want to get anyone pregnant. But there is one beautiful pregnancy story, which was my life finds a way. My knockoff Chinese laptop got pregnant. Let me show you. One sec. I don't keep her on top of a piano anymore because I think she's soon to burst. I keep her outside of the room now in case she catches fire. I keep her by the top of the stairs by the window. I keep her by the window so that she stays cold, because I'm worried that like direct sunlight would set her on fire. See how wonderfully my laptop closes. Can you see? Can you see what a pure flush experience that is? I don't know if you can see her girth, but she's pregnant. She's ripe. She's bulging. Also, by the way, even my reference page that you can see in a reflection, no nipples. I'm getting better and better. When I make reference pages now, I cover the nipples just in case. Look at her. She's so ready. The keyboard is like, typing on this keyboard feels like typing with those ergonomic keyboards. Have you ever seen those special ones for secretaries where it's a lump and you type at an angle on either side? That's kind of what's going on with this sweetheart. Oh, I reckon any day now. So yeah, I don't keep her in this room because she's a straight up fire hazard. Yeah, she's got a big battery. Does she have a 9-month tier 2 sub yet? Yeah, she's so ripe. Soon to birth you a flaming house. Yeah, we keep it like, I can, if like acid comes out, I can literally push her out the window into the garden and deal with it later. What's it? I'm so glad you asked. Someone cares. Where are we? In all fairness, I did get sent that laptop for free, so I can't complain. Why isn't it out of the house? Well, I still use it from time to time. You can just take out the battery, Mikey. I'm not doing anything technical. That thing is a time bomb, Eva. Did you know, Mikey, that instead of running away from a bomb, you can defuse it? You can defuse a bomb, Eva. I'm not. No. I'm not unscrewing that thing. For all I know, the structure is the only thing stopping it from going like critical. You know how he feels when we try to give him tech advice. I must still advise. Yeah, my PSP battery went pregnant as well. Do you know what? Those are the only two batteries in my life that I've ever gone pregnant. The PSP and that wonderful on-brand Chinese laptop. What else are we talking about? There are videos for your exact laptop for this. Why take the risk? No, it's less risk. I don't even store it in the room now with all the good stuff. I store it by the top of the stairs. Less risk. I'm risk adverse. Anyway, let's talk about 4 sets of 4 words, shall we? A lot of judgment happening this week since I've been back. It's on, meaning it's... No, it's off. It's off. It's not even plugged in. I have 4 letters for a word right now. No, Eva. We're not taking requests. I'm afraid, Eva. We're only doing it from the set that's up here. Apple, pie, honey, cream, cake, pie. Oh, they're foodie. Boo, blueberry, lime, tart, salt, sugar, cobbler, peach. Okay. Sugar, boo, honey, and baby are things to call a woman. Common couples' pet names. See? I looked between the lines. I looked between the foods, because that's how they get you. And looked for the context. Wait, that comes out of a sexist reference? Oh, damn. Oh, is that when I choked on that orange? It's quite a big day for me. People need to start sending Mikey videos of lithium battery fires. Please don't, Fenrir. Pixie was sending me like loads of pictures of people, of meth addicts, to make sure I didn't get curious. I was like, that's enough. I think Nana has it better. Cake, tart, pie, cobbler. Cake, tart. Oh, cake. Oh, sorry, I've just completely confused myself there. Ooh. Different types of dessert. A tart, a cake, a cobbler, and a pie. Nana Pion, well done. You're just setting fire to a room which you aren't in instead. Look, okay, just to be clear, like, I'm not thinking of settling down with that laptop. I'm not, like, planning for our future or anything. That laptop is on its way out into the bin in the kitchen soon. It's just for I still use it to do a couple things. But I'm gonna, I don't have to anymore. That was it. So Ayatollah kindly reminded me, back when he came to visit, that I actually own an iPad. So I just need to get into the habit of not using that dangerous laptop and just using my completely fine iPad. I got so used to keeping that iPad stored away, but I opened it up when we went to Japan and it was invaluable. It's so fucking convenient to have to do stuff, and I had a little folding thing so it stood up. So yeah, I just need to stop using it. Yeah, do you know what? Actually, there is nothing I need that laptop for anymore. I have almost completely replaced it with the iPad. Why do I still have it? Do you know what? I just got used to it being there. I stopped questioning it. We helped. Your inner romantic really popped off. I get so much flack for being a romantic soul from you guys. When he came to visit last year. Yeah? Wait, was it? Yeah, wait. It was last year, right? What are we even talking about? As with lithium fires, you do not know what you're asking for when you thought you might want to dabble in... Okay. Okay, so lithium fire is a bigger deal than a fire in a waste paper basket. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. I'm just a bit sensitive about accidental fires because I was in one a couple of weeks ago. And it took me a few days to recover from the smoke I inhaled. Oh, Jesus! Eva! I'm so sorry. You like living dangerously? Well, according to you guys, I'm living perfectly fine until I happen to tell you guys any detail of my life, and then suddenly it's living dangerously. But trust me, in a very day-to-day sense, no, I'm just living. Oh, it was. Okay, it was last October. Eva! Oh, fuck, you never fucking said Eva! Oh, God, I'm so sorry, dude. Was that at home or like at work or something? Got lucky, I was close and I got to it quick. Oh, damn. Did you buy those smoke bombs yet? Fenrir, I have Eva's link ready to go. I have your money in my account. I'm keeping your money safe, Fenrir, in my holding account. And those smoke bombs are en route. Damn. Lithium fires are big deals. Yeah, do you know what? So I think I'd forgotten the other part of this story. I think I'd forgotten the part where somebody reminded me that I have an iPad. And the iPad does everything more conveniently than that really old laptop. It's not even a very clever or good laptop. It like barely fits Windows on its hard drive. Like it's a real just like Chinese cheapo. Yeah, no. Yeah, I could. Do you know what? I could take that to the dump, but you have to go to a special place for batteries and fridges. But I could take that to the dump once I get my driver's license and car sorted. But what I'll do to keep you guys happy is I'll put it in a plastic tub with a sealed lid. But I'll put that tub out the back door. I'll leave it in the garden. Would that make everybody happy? Would that stop you guys from constantly fucking mothering me? I'll put it in a tub in the garden for now. Because yeah, I can just use the iPad. You almost set your house on fire from bacon a while back. But that was so long ago, Naru. We can't be holding on to those memories. It was at home. Oh, fuck, Eva, I hope there wasn't too much damage. Sorry, wellness and well-being aside, plus also worries about damage. Fuck. Do I have a backup there? No, I was just using that to play like piano YouTube videos and stuff. When I took it on a holiday once, and I used it for like, you know, posting and social media, but no, it really can't handle stuff. I've still got my mini pocket computer, which was as powerful as that laptop. Do I still have my pocket PC? I don't know if you guys, like now, there's Raspberry Pis, and because of Raspberry Pis, this is out of date. But I got one of those little computers that you get that are like a compact that fit in your pocket, and it's like a very thick, very tiny laptop, but it's got like a full tiny keyboard, and it runs Windows 10. So that, like, you know, you can do all your tiny little things, and it's got a couple of USB ports so you can plug in a mouse, but you just you do it tiny. One sec. Where would I have put everything I own? I will show it to you one day. I don't know where it is right now, because it's like now it's kind of a cute throwback, if that makes sense. Like when you look at it, it's just kind of like, oh, that is kind of like a fun, cute little thing. God. Only I was affected since I was close, and I got to it in time before the fire became bigger. Everyone's okay, thank you for asking, but it'd take me 6 hours to be let back in after getting looked over by one of the fire people. Fucking hell, Eva. Yeah, that massively sucks. Wash your underwear, change your socks. Ah, Tommy, joke's on you. I'm not wearing my socks. Ah, but I keep them close to hand in case I change my mind. No Foss, each time I send a message in streamers chat, they look away. No Foss, I'm so sorry, dude. What have I missed? Hello there. I don't participate often, but I watch your videos and stream regularly. Oh, hey, welcome. I remember that somewhere out there you shared your Photoshop brushes. Where are they? I can see that somebody has already dropped the link for you, dude. Yeah. I need to update that pack. There's a couple I'm using these days, which I quite enjoy, that aren't in there. I just need to double check where I got them so I'm not ripping anyone off. I don't suck, to be confirmed, but I don't sock. It's my bad. No bad at all. Oh, no Foss, no bad at all. I always miss stuff in chat. We encourage people to just copy paste until I finally catch it. There's no shade. Dave Greco's lawyers are on their way. Ah, no. I adapted the DG main, remember? I adapted it. Oh, no. Actually, no, that specifically is in the brush pack because I specifically asked Dave if it was okay. I'm sure he doesn't remember, but I specifically asked Dave if it was okay to share that one in my pack. And he was like, yeah, like I keep saying, I just changed the settings on a chalk brush. You asked him on his stream if that. Oh, how on stream I asked him? Oh, that was a bit rude. I'm sure I DM'd him. I'm not sure if I DM'd him. You did. It was on stream. Fuck. Damn. Anyway. Basically, if you rename a brush, that means it's your brush, so it's fine. He's internet art canon. Yeah, man. He blessed Twitch for a bit, and like the rest of us, was really excited about Twitch art being a bigger and better place for artists. And then, like the rest of us, got very disillusioned by the entire thing, especially with Twitch's own awareness of its own category and like its managers and stuff. It was like, oh, okay, no, they don't give a fuck about this category. DG Mega, correct. That's my brush. I adapted it for my own use. What did you adapt? The name. By the way, thanks to your tutorials that I followed a long time ago, I've now become a 4,500 sub not safe for work traditional Copic artist, and I live off it. Oh, dude, good work! I do struggle with Copics myself, but Northos, congratulations, bro. Nice one. It's so good to see them grow up and fly away. He was more disillusioned with being a sole trader. Oh, yeah. I think he realized quite quickly that he's a energy of the office, communicate with other human beings type of guy. And I really, like, I'm not to blame. He was always going to leave his other thing. But we had a few chats, and I really sold him on the majesty of just soloing it on the internet. Thank you. Now time to try digital. Yo, let's go. Lime, salt, talc. Oh, powders. A salt is a powder. Talcum powder. Peach chowder? Cream of tartar. What's cream of tartar? What's tartar? Is that uncooked beef? You even sent him your document. Lime powder. Oh. They're acids and alkalines. Oh, they're white powders. I didn't real. Oh, quick lime. Cream of tartar. Cream of tartar is a sauce with fish. It's lavender. It's like baking powder. Mikey knows his white powder. I don't. I clearly do not know anything anymore. All right. So apple, pineapple, blueberry, peach. Apple pie, pineapple pie, blueberry pie, peach cobbler, pineapple pie? Are they all pies? Wait, what? That's different to tartar sauce. Wait, tartar sauce is like mayonnaise. These are fruits that Mikey must eat. Fruits that I have eaten out of a tin. Oh, that's pathetic. That category was just the fruit, isn't it? That was 3 really good categories, followed by yeah, fruit. Pineapple upside down cake. What you don't know can't hurt you. That makes you practically invincible. That's does that exist as a character already? Somewhere in the obscure depths of comics? Is there a character who literally is invincible to anything he doesn't quite understand, but the moment it's explained to him, he's vulnerable? I tried to make them more than just fruit, just like you tried to make me more than just like a shit streamer, Eva. We both have our successes and failures. I think it's a quote from Groucho Marx. Yeah, that does sound right. I just wonder if there happens to be like I wonder if somebody took that idea and made it into a character, because it's really common, especially in Hunter x Hunter, where before you get a weird powers fight, the person explains the rules of their power. I fail every time. I love you for trying. But stubbornness is my middle name here. That's the only way a relationship works with me. Somebody has to be stubborn. Partner of Captain Hindsight from South Park. I need to rewatch old South Park. I just need to stop watching before season 13. Whichever one where they show the footage of the guy's balls getting cut off. And it just cuts to real surgical footage without warning. And it kind of scars you for life. We're all the braver for trying. Can you see how I've coalesced you guys into being solid, upright, ironclad citizens? I'm the hardship that makes you stronger. Throw me to the wolves and I'll come back leading the pack. Force me to watch a Mikey Mega live stream. I'll come back a better, safer person. That episode was jarring. Oh my god, Eva, do you remember it? Eva, I was, I was still a young kid enjoying pizza with my mates. And I was just like, I don't think I want to watch South Park anymore. That was a really quite something to just randomly show me in the middle of a fucking episode. I was just like, oh no. Mikey is the adversity that binds us, molds us, holds the galaxy together. See, that's what you need. You need one of me in a group to make the others come together and work really well as a team. Now, let's do one more. I like that it shows you which ones you've done already. Potassium, aftermath, Kelvin, bet, talc, eye, baking soda, salt, dish, hustle, result, effect, cornstarch, king, outcome, 1000. 1000 Island dressing. Side dish. 1000 degrees Kelvin. Side bet. Side dish. Side hustle. I'm shouting. The more confident I am, the louder I shout. Side eye. The king of contexto, Mr. Mega. I like the Meghan Markle and the Prince episode. Oh, that's modern ones. Yeah, honestly, I never went back either. I just haven't caught any of the modern ones. Although I did watch a YouTube short where somebody took the piss out of Meghan Markle having a TV show. Side effect. Oh, damn. Do you know what, Kid Ludens? That also, I would have clicked that if I'd seen it. I just didn't see that one to add it in. Effect, result, outcome, aftermath. Sounds good. Ugh, solid. We should watch it. What, South Park? Where do you want to start from? Season 1's a bit rough, isn't it? It's back when they used actual paper. Actually, no, they only used actual paper for the pilot, I think. I can't remember. And then they scanned it in. I want to play Contexto next, please. Eva, I'm so sorry. I'm going to go get my food next. I think it's cooked. Kelvin. Potassium. Salt. Talc. What are they? Cornstarch is in your clothes. Baking soda gets stuff out of your clothes. Salt, you rub it on your clothes sometimes. Talcum powder. All things you rub on your clothes. Oh no, it's just white powders again. Is that the... Calm down. Is that the exact same thing that we just had? Pixie was already on it. They're all... Yeah, a white guy made this. I can sense it too, Eva. Very close. Oh, cornstarch was the new one. Man, they're running out of ideas at Connexo. Dressing. Thousand Island dressing. Kelvin dressing. King dressing. Potassium dressing. They're all represented by a K. Oh god, it's like getting a response from Eva in chat. They're all represented with a K. Potassium, Thousand, King, and Kelvin. I've never seen a king be a K before. In what context is a king a K? Moving on quickly. How do you have you ever been like, you know, King Edward and then you just say K Edward? K. Edward. On a deck of cards. I have no more questions, Your Honor. The prosecution rests. NKJ? Is that an anime? Well, thank you very much for playing. My brain has turned off. I will go and eat some food to address that conundrum. Do you want me to leave a video on? There's been another update to No Man's Sky, hasn't there? Again, there's another No Man's Sky update. Oh, I want to watch the trailer to that. Put on lithium fires. Let me watch this with you really, really quickly, and then I'll put on a thing about lithium fires. Is this HBO? It's probably really, really good, but I fucking love Game of Thrones, and at the same time, I am so bored watching House of the Dragon. I'm just like, look, this does not interest me. I don't want to watch another dull, miserable TV show. Whereas the Dunk and Egg books are like... So like what The Hobbit is to The Lord of the Rings, the Dunk and Egg story is that to Game of Thrones. It's less serious, or at least it's less gritty and grim. It's a slightly more light-hearted, slightly simpler set of stories. By the way, I will watch the whole of the first season of the Targaryen one I just mentioned, whose name I've immediately forgotten. House of a Dragon. I will give House of a Dragon a go, but like when you read the Game of Thrones books, you get your juices flowing. When you read the House of a Dragon books, it's just like a 13-page history written by a maester. And so you're just watching a show that's spinning something out of nothing to make several seasons worth of content. And I was kind of just like, I don't know if it's Game of Thrones burnout, but I was just like, I'm just not that interested. And I think the moment he started talking about the great threat to the north, and he was like, all Targaryens know that a problem's going to happen on the north, and rewrote it on the same knife that appears in the Game of Thrones episode. I was kind of just like, oh, I don't know why, but I was like, this is too much for me. I'm just not into this. I felt like House of the Dragon was far less grimdark than Game of Thrones. I'll have to give it another go, because I just remember not feeling any joy when I watched it. But I've read a couple of the Night of the Seven Kingdoms stories, and it's just, they're good, man. They're good and they're fun, and it's such a nice, brief way to kind of cover a lot of the historical stuff that gets referred to. Like, one of the Duncan Egg stories is like the second or third Blackfire rebellion, and he just happens to stumble into the middle of it. It's like really good. Do you like stories which are allegories, or do you not care as long as it's fun? Mate, both. I will forgive a lot. And so I know you're saying stories, but I'm not a clever book reader. When I read a book, I take almost everything at face value, even if it's very clear that you're reading biased perspectives. I'm just like, nope, that was on the page, that's what happened. I'm like super dumb like that. With films and other narratives, there is a part of me that's just like, oh wow, what's the subtext here? What's it kind of like being an allegory to, or telling its own thing? You know, all that sort of stuff. But I will forgive a lot in a film now if I simply enjoyed it the whole way. Yeah, this is an adaptation of Duncan Egg, Night of the Seven Kingdoms. How about South Park explains Game of Thrones? We'll add a huge sex scene here. What about you guys? Do you like stories that like have layers and subtext and allegories? Or do you just kind of like take it on face value and just go, hey, that was good? You can interpret meaning as well. Lots of people thought Lord of the Rings was an allegory, but Tolkien said it's not at all. Yeah, but you have to be very, very cynical when anyone who's created a piece of art or creative story turns around and tells you there's no intent or allegory or agenda, or it's not meant to represent anything in real life. Because 9 times out of 10, whoever made the story, their publisher has explained to them that they have to say that so as not to alienate half of their possible audience. When they made the first Walking Dead, and they cast this is back when films were in black and white with Romero, and he cast a black actor as the sensible main lead character, and only to have him very casually shot dead by a bunch of white guys at the end. Spoiler alert. And then he had to very publicly say, no, there's no allegory or statement being made. No, I was really surprised to find out that people thought I might be making a cultural comment or something like that. And it's just like, he wasn't surprised, but the people who need to distribute the film have told him that he has to say that. So I take that all very, very lightly. I'm very critical of books I read, but if it entertains me somewhat to the point I kind of remember it, it's good enough for me that it wasted thousands of trees to be printed. Thank God that AI can write the books for us, Eva. Thousands of trees to pump it out, thousands of trees to print it. Eva, bookmaking, but with double the trees, thanks to technology. his experiences in World War One definitely informed Lord of the Rings. I know I've said this before, but one of the worst things personally that offended me that I saw on YouTube was an AI-generated Lord of the Rings YouTube channel with an AI-generated script on a Lord of the Rings topic, with AI-generated artwork and an AI-generated voice. And I was like, look, if Tolkien saw you, he'd hate you. And even in the description, it was like, what do you call it? Subterfuge. Dissembling. They were like, all of the artwork shown in this video is made by artists specifically for this video who have been paid accordingly. No credit is required. And it's just like, no, it's all AI, you cunt. But let's pretend that I'm not a piece of shit. Anyway. Aren't trees a renewable resource? That is a debatable thing to say, dude. We are in the age where people can buy you walking, so that the implied amount of car petrol saved is somehow a valuable token to then trade to a multinational business. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore, man. A worm tongue, if you will. Yes, a wise question. Well asked, my lord. We need to make a character called Snake Lips for something completely not ripping off Wormtongue. I can totally see that now, but do you think it would hold true as far back as Tolkien? It's an interesting thought. I'm not sure, but I do wonder. Smut being red is pronounced in a similar way to Sauron birthing his orc army. Oh my god, are you reading AI text-to-speech smut? Can I just leave a video for you guys? Anyway, long story short, I'm looking forward to this. I still get into Game of Thrones all the time. Like, I'm always, like, listening to podcasts where people are, like, working out what happens next in the books and stuff. I'm way too into it. Guys, I'm going to leave you with another fantastic author that I don't have to listen to. Let's listen to a 3-year-old podcast.
In the days before we even
I'm going, put on a film cram video. Oh, do you want a film cram video? Well, no, I'm sure you don't, but it's better than the alternative. Want is a very special kind of word. Who wants to have the first season of Picard spoiled for them?
Welcome to Picard, Season 1, Crammed. With the final Season 3 soon coming out,
Alright, I'll see you in a minute.
Take a look back to where the series began, set long after the utopian end of Star Trek TNG.
I'm gonna eat, I'll be about 10 minutes.
Jean-Luc, 14 years deep into his retirement, for a brand new show. Let's go. The titles imply Borg wreckage and themes of artificial humanoid engineering coalescing into Daddy himself. And we open on a cosmic dream sequence of Jean-Luc playing cards with Data on board the Enterprise D, with a conversation about folding in life or still choosing to call. Well, Picard is
so basically I was going to make a joke about putting on Brandon Sanderson to kind of you guys and mostly at Fen, but Eva's good idea topped it before I got round to it.
Peaceful living with the help of his Romulan housekeepers, who make sure he looks dignified when required, because today he's being interviewed on the telly for the commemoration of the explosion of the Romulan sun, where Picard championed humanitarian aid and a Starfleet Armada program to help relocate their former enemy. But even in the far future, scumbag journalists still try to pull a Krishnan Guru Murphy to get under his skin by steering the conversation back to Starfleet's shameful disengagement of the rescue efforts following a synthetic attack on the shipyards of Mars that Picard considered an unacceptable act of turning their back on those in need. Meanwhile, over in New Boston, Daj, a bright young AI quantum consciousness engineer, celebrates her acceptance into the Daystrom Institute. But the scene is spoiled when a Black Ops hit team teleport in to kidnap the girl, instead managing to trigger some deep-rooted response that causes her to take out the entire unit. And in her scared and confused state, momentarily seeing a vision of Picard. And after catching that interview, she goes to visit him in hopes of getting some answers, scared of her own deadly reactions. She's a stranger to him, but Jean-Luc does his best to console her with a little treatment and a cup of tea, taking note of her unusual necklace design. There's something deep inside that makes her trust and know him, and she passes the dog test, so she gets to crash for the night, only to run away first thing in the morning. But his dreams of Data continue, who died by the way at the end of Nemesis, including a painting the android worked on that seems to require his attention. A painting, it turns out, that exists within Starfleet's quantum archive. So he pops over to San Francisco to visit his private collection, discovering that the painting matches Dahj's appearance. A painting that Data had entitled Daughter. Although Dahj's fears are real, her memories and impulses might be something a little more artificial, even including her conversations with her mother that tell her to go back. So, letting these impulses drive her, she unleashes a wave of hacking to locate Picard once more, who suspects that she's not just a schizophrenic allaying her concerns, but that she's an android. Not like the bad ones from that Mars incident, but a possible daughter of Data. Let's hope she lives a little longer than his last one. Her precious life memories may be fake, but Picard keeps things judgment-free and supportive, until her internal alarm kicks off at the presence of more Black Ops hit teams that beam in to kill her, turning out to be Romulan, and Jean-Luc watches on as Dahj uses her superior build to dismantle and destroy them, right up until one of them spits a suicide corrosive on her, but also causes one of the disruptors to blow, killing Dahj and blasting the 80-year-old man all the way back to France. He's magically okay, however, but there's no record of another person, just that the police said he was caught up in an accident. Someone is covering things up, personally offending his sense of justice, so he stops nursing his offended dignity and gets back to living, visiting the Daystrom Institute and Dr. Agnes Girardi to ask about the creation of synthetic life from flesh and blood. Well, sentient synthetics that are both human outside and in were almost within reach, but the lab got mostly shut down due to the Federation's ban on android creation. She keeps a dismantled B4 in a tray and laments the departure of her former colleague Dr. Maddox, another genius of synthetic design. Well, Picard has recently shared a cup of tea with the girl that shouldn't exist, implying that a part of Data's positronic network is still out there, as it would be needed as a base to build such perfect new synths. And that's synths plural, because as confirmed by Dahj's necklace symbol, the positronic process always involved creating synthetics in pairs, meaning she has a twin. A twin, in fact, called Soji, that's also unaware of her true nature and working for a Romulan reclamation project inside the dormant shell of a Borg cube. So what the hell happened on Mars? Well, despite Picard's previous arguments for android rights, the Federation went ahead anyway with synthetic slave labor, stored away as second-class citizens and treated like shit. But one day they became compromised, lowering the orbital defense system on Mars, killing all the humans, and laying waste to the shipyards. Back home, Picard and his Romulan housekeepers investigate what might have been evidence tampering by the Tal Shiar. But this level of technical skill indicates an organization far deeper and older than the usual Romulan secret police, known as the Zhat Vash, who is said to act above all treaties and borders. So Laris goes with Picard to check out Dahj's room and proves she's got a lot more experience than just tidying up the place when she uses some forbidden technology to confirm they are standing in a cleaned up crime scene, but scrubbed to such a degree that it matches the Zhat Vash MO, who are incidentally believed to be at the root of the cultural hatred that Romulans generally hold toward artificial life. And after some hacking technobabble, she discovers Dahj had been receiving calls from her sister somewhere far from off-world. Meanwhile, Soji and her secret Romulan boyfriend Narek enjoy some time together, although his role in the Empire means that he can't really disclose much personal information. It seems the Romulan-held Borg cube is the site of a scientific research exchange program with other races, mixed in with a splash of paranoia because the whole site is an artifact considered more dormant than actually dead. But as well as the technology harvest, some people like Soji are here to help recover the individuality of the surviving disconnected ex-Borg, under the close scrutiny, of course, of Romulan security. Back at the vineyard, Picard's doctor pops over for a visit following his medical scan to get back out into space. He's physically fit, but there's also bad news, confirming he does indeed have the onset of some form of dementia, but he won't let that stop him from getting into trouble back among the stars. So the retired admiral visits Starfleet, that's getting a little too young to remember old dogs like him, to meet with an old colleague and explain his concerns about part of Data's mind still existing somewhere. He would like a temporary reinstatement and a small ship, but Admiral Clancy watched him badmouth Starfleet in that TV interview and all but spits in his face regarding any sort of conspiracy. Then she reports her meeting to the Federation's Vulcan head of security, Commodore O. O, including his plans to locate Dr. Maddox. O takes a keen interest, but confirms that no illegal Romulan activity is taking place on Earth. But it actually turns out that the failed Romulan kidnap operation was executed with O's approval, led by Lieutenant Rizzo, who receives a dressing down for her failure to take Daj alive and gets sent off instead to personally oversee the other half of their operation. So Rizzo calls ahead to the Borg cube, where it's revealed she's actually an undercover Romulan and sister to Narek, who is observing Soji as part of a wider Zhat-Vash plan that Commodore O, who's half Vulcan, half Romulan, has secretly set in motion, proving the deep and wide reach of the secret organization. Laris and Zaban strongly advise caution in anything regarding the Zhat-Vash, citing Picard's ego as a problem. But he goes ahead anyway and visits an old colleague Raffi, who's living a little far away from that Federation Utopia vibe in a shack, and she's not pleased to see him. So, kind of hinting that she might be a former drug addict, Picard wins her over with a bottle of wine. You see, 14 years ago, she had the Admiral's back when he berated Starfleet for abandoning the Romulan relocation effort. They could have kept up a limited version of the evacuation using old mothballed ships and their reserve synthetic staff. But the fact that half of Starfleet's command didn't want to help the Romulans anyway, and the sudden synthetic prohibition in reaction to Mars, made it all impossible. So the Admiral's last move was to threaten his resignation, which he was gutted to find they accepted. But by association, Raffi also ended up getting fired, and she didn't land on her feet quite like Jean-Luc did. In fact, he'd never even bothered to check up on her over the last 14 years, until right now when he wants something, for which he apologizes. He needs a ship and a pilot so that he can go in search of Dr. Bruce Maddox, the likely creator of the twins using part of Data's network. She'll put him in touch with a pilot, but is done being his friend. Although Picard sends her the flight plans anyway, and so he visits Captain Rios aboard the La Sirena, who's a slightly bitter former Starfleet pilot, but it looks like he'll work, even if he does have a hologram copy of himself for every emergency role on board the ship. And Dr. Jurati receives a visit from Commodore O, who's not there for a social. Another hit team attacks Picard back in his home, but with the high expertise of his Romulan friends, they fend off the assassins with close quarters combat and a number of emergency phasers kept handy for any trouble, with Dr. Jurati catching the last of them in a late save, whilst on her way over to explain she was just visited by the head of Starfleet security. She wants to join Picard on his journey to see a perfect synthetic for herself, and as Earth's leading expert on the topic, she can probably earn her keep.
Oh, bloody hell. I need to buy some red onions. Bloody hell.
But only for a short ride, as Bruce Maddox is on Free Cloud, which is her destination for
They
her
really
own
heat
reasons.
up a
And,
salad
of course,
if you just have a
set in,
few
they
thin
engage.
strips.
Meanwhile, on
Raw
Beacon,
red onion.
Soji is showing unique talent and empathy when it comes to the recuperation of the damaged Borg survivors. And the director of that project turns out to be Hugh, himself a former Borg that ended
Pixie.
up leaving the collective
Well done.
during the good old days of TNG.
You can
Although
finally
even his
relax, Pixie.
diplomatic
Look after yourself. Take it
authorization
easy.
is grudgingly
Well
accepted
earned.
by the Romulans. Soji asked to help a specific survivor called Ramda, who was a former Romulan expert on myths before assimilation, in the hopes that understanding a shared cultural mythical framework can be used as an inroads towards recovery. And it's going well,
Brewmaster.
right up until Ramda recognizes Soji from tomorrow.
Season
and the
1
girl
is such a
herself drops
convoluted
some other
mess.
information that even Hugh wasn't
This is all
aware
you
of.
need.
Ramda was on board the last ever
Season
ship to be
2
assimilated by the cube, and
is
perhaps
possibly
responsible for why the whole
the
Matrix
worst
shut
season of
down.
any
But
Star
she
Trek
really
ever made.
isn't feeling Soji's vibe, asking after which sister she is, and calling her the Destroyer.
Pixie,
before
safe
attempting
travels.
an
Don't
early
fall asleep
exit
at the wheel.
that they managed to stop. She's been getting the same fake phone calls from
Where's the
Mother
food?
that
I
seem
just
to
ate it.
send her into a sleep cycle, and Narek is curious as to how she also has a memory full of
I
restricted
keep eating pretty
information.
much the exact
sister
same
arrives in the
thing, and it
flesh,
keeps
although
tasting
he's
amazing.
employing subtle observation, she's more of an aggressive, blunt type that's waiting for him to slip up. On board the ship, Dr. Jurati is having
Water,
a
soup
super fun
tomorrow.
conversation with Captain Rios
Fenrir, be
about
well.
existential death, and Raffi is upset to find they're already taking a detour to the planet Vashti. Picard, who is chilling on the holodeck with another EMH program, explains he might be able to pick up a fighter along the way. You see, back in the day on the Romulan relocation hub, Admiral Picard was still giving hope to the displaced and befriending young orphans in a convent that practiced the way of absolute candor. He's learned to open up a lot more with children and familiarity, thanks in part to his days with Q. But all of his promises about Starfleet's help turned to dust following
Such
the
an ego
report from the
project.
attack on
It's
Mars.
what?
Well, pulling the rug on the Romulans has reduced those relocation centers to dusty ghettos filled with resentment. This whole sector of space base is half abandoned and under the threat of a pirate in a stolen TOS bird of prey. As an old man, Picard needs the strength of a young one, and so he asks a grown-up Elnor to join his quest, who is also feeling pretty abandoned and declines. So Picard intentionally ignores the anti-human sentiment in town and gets into a fight, all in order to manufacture a situation of conflict that forces the young Romulan to defend him, because he's a young warrior monk that's now been ideologically
those eyebrows.
only join lost causes.
Eva,
like an
would you
old
Fred
man
me
on
if
his
I let you?
hopeless last mission. Then Picard has the gall to tell him off for murder, swearing him to fight only when John Luke.
Have you watched Section 31?
But it's a bumpy exit thanks to that local pirate and Rios with some.
Oh, do you know what, Brewmaster?
Some slick maneuvers, yet still
Picard
gets
Season
hammered
2 might be
until
the
they get a
second
little
worst.
breathing room
I've
thanks
not
to a
watched
Ranger
Section
patrol ship
31.
joining the fight. They disable
I've
the
only
pirates
seen
together
clips on
thanks
Red
to
Letter
some
Media.
aggressive flying from that Ranger, but with their craft breaking up, the pilot beams on board, who turns out to be 7 of 9, who is now owed a new ship. You see, it turns out since the Voyager days, she's been on a
Damn,
personal
Eva.
mission of hunting down black market scumbags who've been trading in illegal Borg implants.
Eva,
She was too
you could
late
put
to help
implants
her
under
old
my
friend,
eyebrows.
But despite her rough attitude out
You
here
could
in the
control me
States,
like
the
a
two former
animatronic
Borg
puppet when I'm
relent, but
talking,
still
but
trying
only
to
the
do some
eyebrows.
good. Over at the Cube, Soji is bummed her patient has taken a personal hatred towards her, and although he can't talk about his job, she's reasoned out that her boyfriend Narek is probably part of a Romulan secret service. But he gets her running around like a
Do
pair
we
of
have to
young
finish
lovers
this, or can I
before
go back to
spoiling the
art?
mood
What's
and
going
questioning
on
why
here?
Most of her memories from 3 years ago aren't on any transport records. His sister
I'll be the Botox she never needed.
It's
It's a
still applying
dries.
pressure for a pain and violence method, but if they press
Can we-
Soji too hard,
Okay,
they
good.
risk activating her defenses and her inroads into.
Sorry, I've no interest in listening to myself talk. That's what you suffer. That's not what I suffer. But thank you very much for just hanging out. Let's get back to work. We are nearly done. It's already 9 o'clock. I think, I'm going to be honest, guys, the games part of this evening may or may not materialise for the sake of the art. Alright, Miss Buttons, right now. I'm buttoning. Oh God. I'm hiding in the toilet about to finish work. Andre, you came back at the perfect time. I've just had dinner. We had a break. Now we're getting back to drawing. I'll show you buttons. Promises, promises. The only buttons I know are the ones that I keep apparently pressing on people I love. Is this the right brush? This is a banger. Go back to art. I can barely hear the music. You can barely hear the music? What about anyone else? This music should be pretty hearable, even if I come in much stronger. We can't hear any music. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong screen. How about now? Has that made any difference? Sorry. These chains are so wonky, but I've no interest in tightening them up. Can we sell Mikey? I'm sure we can make at least $1 off him. $1 in debt. I'm like one of those suspiciously cheap French chateaus that you have to redecorate. How you doing, by the way, Tommy? I work through the cramping. I'm so ragged and worn out. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm feeling dead inside. I make grass for the manga. Oh, of course. You're sorry, mate. You're still refurbishing the house with an emergency guest. I feel like Eva was telling me to roll my shoulders. Did I mention that? One sec. Oh, you're talking to Pixie? Oh, no, wait. You're talking to me? Oh, here we go. Do some shoulder shrugs or stretch your arms so you don't fall asleep instantly. I'll just lock in. I mean, I need to sleep better. My neck is so tight. It has been for like 3 weeks. Maybe some rolls and shrugs is a really good idea. I've just been, my whole body's been really tight in the last 3 weeks. I did a bit of that yoga video. And it felt really, really good. Why haven't I done that again? Need a massage? Yeah, Pixie, I do. I do desperately. Shoulders. 20 shoulder shrugs. It'll loosen up your neck. I can find one in your area. That's way less exciting than I'd hoped, Pixie. That's the wrong answer. I am breathing. It does feel a bit better. I feel warmed up now. Yeah, that is nice. Cheers. That is better than it was. Oh wow, that's made me feel really sleepy. That was quite nice. It's warmed up my neck a bit, and now I'm just like, maybe I do want to go to bed. You've shrugged me asleep, Eva. 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 Eva, Eva, Eva. Ija. Ija, Eva, Eva. Yes, Mikey? Eva, Eva, Eva. I don't know if you remember or have seen the Star Trek the Motion Picture film. It's the one where almost nothing happens. It's wonderful. But there's a bit where a robot lady is like a sort of pseudo emissary for a giant space robot called Vija. And she just, it's what's her name? Well, I won't begin until I'm victorious. Whoa, teddy bear! As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted with such amazing generosity, I think she's played by Persis Kambada. Like, she's got a really, really pretty face and big eyes. And when she's playing a robot lady, she's just like, Vija, and she just points to stuff. Vija, human unit! Vija, Vija, Vija. So much in the same way that I like to say tiger, tiger, tiger because of Kung Pao. Your name is almost Vija to me. Eva, Eva, Eva. Teddy bear! I do not know, I doth not knowledge, teddy bear, what I have done to earn such love from above. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest dick in the house, Teddy Bear 96, has just dropped 10 subs into the community, landing on Crystal Blue Veil, Zay. Oh my god, I've just pulled my nib out. Ray 11, Kidiki Boo Boo, Bandit Beard, McLaren Art, Emarek 2305, Parfamax Fire 777, Raptaria and Turbina 03. Subscriptions guarantee citizenship. Would you like to know more? If you've just heard your name read out, as well as enjoying ad-free viewing and access to my amazing emotes, 5 of which are really good, you can now download my art for free in Discord. A wonderful sub perk. Teddy bear! Teddy bear, make yourself known. How you doing, big man? What have you not done? Teddy bear, wait, what have I not done? Teddy bear, how you doing, dude? How are you? Oh, am I still working on this? Yeah, we're finishing her tonight though, dude. Look, we're so close. I'm just doing the line art layer, and then we're going to do the highlight layer and some highlights. Sorry, rim light layer, and then some highlights. And then we're done. We can walk away. We can be free. Damn! I'm doing my part, and I'm doing my part. The only dead bug is a good bug.
Very cool. Way to
Sir,
go.
yes, sir. Spyro Simon 77. Spyro Simon 77 has subscribed with tier 2. Oh, he's gone tier 2, everyone. He went tier 2. All right, only one. Spyro Simon, thank you so much for getting involved with the tier 2 hullabaloo. Let's pause this. Let's start explaining. Spyro Simon, you will become immortalized as well as getting all of the sub benefits that we have just explained to those other people and downloading my art for free. You will be immortal. Oh wow, did that feel like it went wide for a minute? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Photoshop is doing like a weird organic thing where like, is that like the, am I just confused? Is that like an optical illusion? Or is that getting wider and thinner? Do you know what? Let's not worry about that. I'm getting sidetracked. Yo, Spyro. No, thank you, Spyro. Basically, dude, whenever you want, give me 3 random keywords. Those words could be anything. Just don't give me an existing character. And I will basically sketch a waifu that is ever so slightly influenced by those keywords. At least 2 of them I tried to go for. It's mostly me just doodling waifus, so please don't confuse it with like a commission or anything. But I will add you to the tier 2 hullabaloo list, where you become one of the... This is the wrong file. Oh, thank God. Yeah, the B copies. I was just like, something's not right. So, dude, you don't have to give me the words right now. They could be, you know, you could just be like, apple, cup, hairband. Or you could just be like, love, control, cosmos, whatever you want, man, whatever you want. And we'll vibe you in. But firstly, let me lock you down. Let me sign your name into one of our free slots on Cheat Free. And yo, cheers. Basically, by paying almost twice as much, but not, but almost, you are helping me twice as much get towards this bloody Twitch goal that we all have to push for 3 months in order to get a mildly better contract. And yes, Eva, why am I still here? Why aren't we on YouTube? But look, I do things the way I like them until I learn better and then apologize to everyone involved. But yes, you are correct. Let's get your sweet self, Spyro. Dude, how you doing, by the way? How's life? Spyro, Simon. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Eva. 77. Spyro, Simon, 77. Any free keywords, whenever you want. You've got, dude, you've got right until the end of the month. We've got a few of these to get through. That's why we're wrapping up this Angela illustration now, so that we're just going to be hullabalooing afterwards. But dude, oh, very handsome of you, dude. Double D Space Peach. Yes. Now, I do not promise a perfect double D. I tend to be quite generous. But I'm down. Double D Space and Peach. Did you just like look around what's on my desk? Ah, Peach. Tinned Peaches. And Space! Double D Space and Peach. A sweet little treat. Sweet treats are the best treats. Fuck yeah. Spyro, good words. Thank you, Spyro. Oh, dude, you've kicked off a hype train. What with the amazing, the insane, the vernaculous teddy bears gifting. Thank you so much, guys. For realsies, cheers. This really sucks that we have to do this. And I just want to give it a try. Oh, teddy bear! Holy shit, dude! Teddy bear, I'm gonna add you into the hullabaloo, bro. I'm just gonna add you into the hullabaloo, okay? Fuck! Teddy bear has just gifted another 20 subs. Oh, Teddy bear, wow, thank you so much, bro. Fucking hell. Holy shit, you've just smashed the shit out of my hype train as well. Fucking hell. Okay, Teddy bear, look, we're gonna add you in. That's incredibly fucking generous in a very small window of time. Against whether it's consensual or not, I'm going to immortalize you, Teddy bear, in the tier 2 hullabaloo. You're the special entrant. Over gifting. Receiving some gift subs is lovely. That's a hell of a lot of gift subs, which makes me feel guilty. Whoa, whoa, teddy bear, stop, bro. Are you drunk? Genuine question. Teddy bear, thank you so much. Teddy bear, have you been drinking? I'm not even joking, bro. That's an awful lot. That's exactly the kind of spending you do on a really... Oh, thank you for the subscription. Oh, wow, you want me to go get something from the fridge, do you? That's the kind of spending you do on this kind of streamer when you're drunk. I'm not drunk. I get paid tomorrow. Fuck! Teddy bear, thank you so much! Well, teddy bear, like I said,
We're hullabalooing you. It's a bit more potent than tier 2. Bro, welcome, new members of the community. Guys, what's happening to Mikey again? Is he orgasming? No, but in my heart, yes. Guys, do you have your parents' credit card? Teddy Bear, you're a fucking boy, mate. You're an absolute fucking boy. Top lad. Jesus. All right. Guys, we have many new citizens joining us for a month, including Classic Sam, Kudos Tofar Art, Metal Tiffy, Danu Span, Camp Zio 13, Gachiros, Chestitute, Method 8 Mix, Nico Kun 345, ET Cyclone, Joseph Virtuoso, Exy Peril, Gamma Kuduchador. Let's turning up. Danosaurus, Intoxicated Chimp, Marek Gildane, Talo, Dark Penguin 5284, Los Parcos, and all of a Sutton 42. You are now full-on citizens. Open your mind to the cosmos. Let the energy in. The Teddy Bear 96 has snuck into your house and he's fed you the tip and made you a citizen. Because he's such a big swinger, he's got a lot to give. If you've just heard your name read out, you can now download my art for free in Discord. You are full-on citizens in, ad-free viewing, all the stuff. If any of you are lurking in the background, say thank you to Teddy Bear. Don't worry, I won't talk to you, I promise. Damn! But wait. There was another. Deep in the fires of Mount Doom! No, they did resist. There is another! The Teddy Bear further... It's actually really, I'm just gonna, bring it, I want to go to an earlier part. We're going to sit quietly for a minute. Teddy Bear 96, coming in and dropping 30 gift subs. We are on a level 8 hype train. You have smashed my previous records. You, Teddy Bear, have drawn us in a single spout of generosity. A squirt of your chivalry and citizenry. You have spread your seed across many new people, and they have received it like fertile soil. And the plants that grow from that, springing up, reaching for the sun, their leaves unfurling in the mist, I can see it in the morning light. Another beautiful league of new citizens. Welcome Smirtnex Alex, Quad Roxin, Pandela 395. Oh, holy shit! Joseph A 166. You absolutely do not do that again, bro. I am genuinely concerned. Thank you, though. Joseph A 166, Shadow Void Claw, Pufurious, WTV Skills, Noobmeister, Lil Dark, The Shoe Thief, Joshuki, Nuclear Gabba Piet, Geek Nerdy, Mario 10071, Yin Omu, JS Guardian, Trop 241, Crimson Mary, Jwen, and Svea Studios. Good Lord, you are all in. And you have reached level 10. What the fuck? Naru, thank you so much for the bitties. Holy shit. Geo, my dude, has jumped on board. Ah, good Lord, thank you so much. Guys, these names that I've just been reading out, these warm, rich, new friends. Damn, wait, I'm looking at a completely different list. Sorry, you guys have bumped my chat up. Fuck, okay, shit. Sorry, let me scroll up. Yes, okay, I got it. Welcome. Welcome to the live stream, guys. Thank you so much to all you people. And who stole my space bar for 100 bits, yeah. Naru, who stole my space bar, Teddy Bear, Geo, my dudes. And by the way, Spyro. Spyro kind of lit the fire that sparked the flame that ignited the thing. That sparked the rebellion. Let's see how these songs go. I'm not done reading names.
Thank you for the gift subs, friends, lighting up my life. Everyone just take a second, listen to these names, cause Geo, my dude, and Teddy Bear have dropped the stuff again. Welcome everybody to the community we're building here, although I'm really back for once instead of just temporarily. Now you guys get ad-free viewing as well as better stuff like emotes, even though, to be honest, it was a false currency that was made by Twitch to make us work really hard. But anyway, get access to my art, especially if you're Phoenix Gamer 274 or 5, Glamour Moss, Yomi the Goblin, Chucks VE, Yamazuki, Zero 5, 600 Eyes, Tacos, Meteor Boy, also Marty Magoo. Welcome on in, G-O, my dude. G-O! Thank you so much for gifting 10 subs to the community. If you've just heard your name read out, you are a citizen of the Megaverse. You will be safe when I'm in power. When the bombs fall, you will be covered by the Mega Shield. Currently under construction, coming 2030. You are all in. Geo, my dude, that's so fucking handsome of you. You guys are rogging my hype train. Level 10. It has never been done before on this channel. Teddy bear, let's talk about you again. With the subs, the gifted subs, skip to welcome. Sketch for Gremlin, you're in as well. Welcome in. Professor Pigeon's Jaw, Blaze 1. Namix also and Guts, Kato. Welcome in. Kaiser, Dragon 136, guys, if you can. Les Snake 42 and Sarkanajar and Kaitsa, let's go! Fire King 1099 and also Xeri, Galactic Dust and Freya Saturn, welcome to the stream. Mary 2 Von Brown right here, Snore Lucas as well. Saditar is now subbed in, Rhiannon's Miniatures Hell. Mulatto Bello as well, you guys are all now in. And thank you so much, you gorgeous people, for the 100 bits, Naru, and who stole my space bar. Welcome in, my friends. You can download free art. It's like being on just my Patreon tier, which you get at the start. Except now it's in Discord. Guys, you are absolutely wild boys. Thank you so much. For those of you involved in the hype train, open your hype chests and share your hype emote. It is some sort of choo-choo. Thanks, Twitch. Totally worth it. Totally worth the money, Twitch. Thank you so much. You gorgeous, handsome, wild people. Dude, Teddy Bear in particular, please do not drop any gift subs in this channel again this month, dude. Otherwise, I will get actually guilty. Thank you so fucking much, man. That's wild. Geo, my dude, thank you for jumping on that business as well. Bloody hell. Lovely to see you. Also, I can see some of you people saying thank you for the gift subs. Just know that you guys are very handsome. And remember, guys, handsomeness is measured in action and how you treat people. It's nothing to do with your face, trust me. Very fucking handsome crowd. Damn, dude, thank you. Also, how's your water heater? Oh, dude, that's fixed. Don't worry. That's fixed. That's fixed. I'm hot water ready now. I present hot water readily. Anyway, I think we're down here somewhere. Just for some funk. Okay, well, dude, that kind of came out of absolutely fucking nowhere and just exploded my business for a cheeky 5 minutes. Fucking hell. Dude, I hope when you're paid you get a bonus. I really fucking appreciate that. Just kind of like dropping it. Oh! And the icing on the cake. The glaced cherry on top of a Bakewell tart of promiscuity. 5 gorgeous giftos. A little chef's kiss.
by the gorgeous Itami Funko, who's very busy renovating. Itami has dropped 5 giftos into the community, guaranteeing further citizenship to Matty D Natty, Peekaboo, Taz, Montreal Master, and Warhammer. Itami, thank you so much. Sorry, the song that we're playing isn't one I know that well. Like, it's got weird, really quick female rap. Ba-da-ba-da-ba, Itami Funko. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Thanks so much. Dude, Itami, thank you. Mwah. 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 Damn. I feel like this must be what Ana de Armas feels like every day. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, bloody hell. I've got like a spot on my arm. I've just started picking it. Is that a spot or skin cancer? One sec, it's really weird. Mikey's female London rap. Oh, yeah, actually. Is that a... Dude, I think there's the one way you can check it for yourself and the one way you get an automatic. Check yours for yourself. I think we said it, Tommy, that you have to not subscribe for a while because you were dangerously high. Oh, teddy bear's keywords. Yes! Yes, yes, teddy bear, teddy bear. Sorry, I'm just like, oh, fuck. Teddy bear, we're hullabalooing you, with or without your consent. Hopefully you know the vibe. It's I'm just drawing a waifu. Your input is also appreciated with keywords. Damn. The underscore teddy bear. Damn. Underscore 96. None of that worked. The teddy bear. Large hunkers. Hunkers. Is what is can you, why didn't you just tell me about hunkers, big man? Large hunkers. Thick and bare. Yes, sir. Damn. Consider yourself co-opted. Eva, thank you so much for keeping an eye out for that. Appreciate. Do you ever just squeeze a spot on your arm and you really hope like a little gnarly bit of pus comes out so you can go, oh, it was a spot? Instead of just being like, is this weird and cancerous? It's got a rough edge. It's fine, I'll just do nothing about it and it'll go away. Don't pick it. Oh, it's picked now. Sorry, it's just a little... Hey, you can't even see it. It's right. I don't think I've made it better. Damn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stop picking on a pimple. Oh, it's just like a spot on my arm. But yeah, maybe a pimple. I mean, you pick them, right? And you put toothpaste on them. Ooh, disco. I've never had a spot on my balls, but Jesus Christ. Oh, no, I don't want to think about that. That's making me like... You know when you salivate before a car crash? Before you're car sick? Ooh. It's easy to do, Teddy. Damn. That's wild. Yeah. Like, it almost feels rude going back to work. I'm just like, oh shit, that was mental. Thank you so much. So I'm just gonna go back to drawing this. Like, it's just like, damn, do I have to, what do we have to do? Do we all like rub teddy bear's back and just sort of say, oh, he's really brave and handsome? I mean, he is. I just nutted in a Mikey Mega live stream. And he's already gone back to drawing pictures. Dude, thank you so much. The pools.
Talking about pools. No. All I'm saying is don't spend your points. Don't spend your channel points if you got them. Damn. Thank you so much, guys. Everybody who, fucking hell, I've forgotten everything I'm saying. I'm looking down at my list now. There we go. I wanted to say Spyro, and I was like, oh, I hope I don't get that wrong. Spyro and everyone subsequent to that for just jumping on that weird, fucking massive, just random moment. Fucking hell, thank you. Bloody hell. Baby on the way. Is it time for the birthing log? Are we getting log ready? Hey Sean, how you doing, man? I don't remember what was going on last time I was here, but since then nothing has happened in my life. Apart from preparing to be a father. Oh, you're the baby on the way! Bro. Number one, congratulations me. It's always best if I'm involved in the praise. Number two, congratulations hey Sean, who's preparing to be a father. Damn. I have 125,000, Mikey. Oh, spacebar. That's nothing in the grand scheme of people's points. Although it's very good. Oh, it's bleeding now. I can't tell you what you're saving them for, but trust me, you'll like it when it happens. It's also my bedroom technique. It's what I whisper to a girl as she's coming home. I can't tell you exactly what I'm going to do to you until we're home. But trust me, you'll like it when it happens. The birthing log is after the mounting stone. What was the deal with the mounting stone again, Pixie? You've got a better memory than me. It was like the sword in the stone, wasn't it? But it involved banging. I can't remember. Was it just a stone that you got bent over? Oh, it's Tommy. Yeah, I'll get round to it. I'll get round to it. I promise. I promise. You probably picked on an oil splatter burn. Eva, it's so fucking funny that you would say that. I did get splattered with oil the other day. You know when? Do you remember when I came back up and I was like, guys, I've just quickly cooked a couple fried eggs. And I put the fried eggs on my dinner. Was anyone here for that? I got spattered all over. Oh, damn. I don't have skin cancer. Well, not that one at least. Oh, Eva, you're... I don't know if that's exactly what's happened to me, but that answer really fits my narrative. I'm just like, I'm trying to work out, do I want to make some lines thicker? Some I do.
Hello there.
Yo, hello and welcome in. It's lovely to have you. Same, bro. Yo, Teddy Bear, tell us a bit, like, what? We know you're getting paid tomorrow. Dude, tell us a bit about your week or your day. What's going on, man? You playing any games that are, like, confusing your day? You watching any anime? Reading any books? What's popping at your end? Hey, Sean, congratulations again, bro. Seriously, dude. It was from June. You kept parking your buggy on it by mounting it on stone. Ah. But it's a stone for bending over. Good to know. The mounting stone is on my property. The birthing log is on Dave's property. Somebody take a note of that. Mystery solved. Well done, Eva. I got splattered all over. We know, Mikey, we know. Don't forget to put some rubbing alcohol, other disinfectant in that area later. Yeah, I'll do that. I've got a really good set of equipment in the bathroom now. I'm super well resourced. I've got alcohol for rubbing. Damn, I'm so tone deaf. I really do apologize. I'm sitting here just like, ooh, I've got like a tiny mark. Oh, maybe it's from when I got splattered. And Eva's literally just told us about how she had smoke inhalation problems from an actual accidental house fire she was in. And then I'm just like, let's make it more about me, Eva. Eva, tell me what happened to my arm. Maybe it was when you were cooking the eggs, Mikey. Yeah, well done, Eva. We've solved my problems. Sorry, Eva. Just want you to know that, like, I've just remembered that actually you've just been talking about your smoke inhalation recovery. I'm over it. It was weeks ago. I only told you about it so that you wouldn't accidentally set off an electric fire in your house. Eva, maybe I'm a genius. Eva, maybe the only way I can get you to open up is by risking my own life. Forcing you to communicate and find a common ground concept with which to convince me to, you know, not kill myself. Maybe, Eva, if I was living safely and competently like an adult should do, I wouldn't learn anything about you at all. I think that's an okay price to pay. Slightly risking my life. If it gets Eva to open up to me, I'm okay with that. Don't you dare. I overshare to the point of deafening people. Never with me, Eva. I want to make sure that... Oh!
Achoo!
Thank you, Andre. Bringing in some sensual moment there for us all together. That was very delicious. Thank you. I still need to... I think I need to go into the raw file for that. I just need to equalize the levels. I need to just lower that peak at the end. But it's still loud, but it doesn't get dangerously loud. That's right on the cusp of being a little bit too much, that achoo. I did lower it from yesterday, but it's still a bit much. What are the numbers? There's not that many numbers. Oh, thank you, thank you. Mason, the numbers. Do you know what? Andre has been coming in every stream, waiting for me to redraft his slime knight. That's him waiting. That's the sound of him now. And every time we're doing something slightly different, illustratively wise. But this, thank you. But this is Andre. Thank you for the 30 bitties. Thank you for the 200 bitties. Naru, thank you for the 40 bitties. And the 69, Andre, earlier. But now that we're getting this out of the way tonight, Andre, yours is one of the next on the list. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, thank you. You guys are being very generous tonight. It's like, what is this? Is a moon out or something? I can't tell if it's like a full moon or like, I don't know. Have they released another Suicide Squad movie? Why are all you guys suddenly getting all frisky and you're all out and about? It's a very specific dig. Don't worry about it. I also get paid tomorrow. Damn! Nobody's paying me on the 15th. Well, I mean, you guys have literally paid me just now, technically. Thank you to everyone who's just working and watching and lurking in the background. The people who I will never know who you are, the lurkers. It's not just all about the big party boys who swing big dicks and drop subs. Thank you everyone for just popping the stream on. Really helps out. I'm going to lower that music a bit. Damn. You big giftos. Bloody hell. And you bitty enthusiasts. Loose Satsu, how you doing, man? Mega Live! Yes, indeed. I'm always here, I'm always drawing. If I'm not gaming, or I'm not here. 3 truths. 1 dream. Which reality? Who knows? Tune in. Any spooky art soon? Well, actually, there's a couple things I had on my mind, but I knew Lindelay's Tier 2 Hullabaloo words was something like vampire girl, fangs, wardrobe malfunction. So we'll draw that. There is a tiny part of me that always keeps forgetting that he really wants to draw a Frankenbabe or some sort of Franken waifu. So we could also sort of tease that idea. Oh, well, that's really weird. Why am I tracking going off? Just me, obviously. Do more of those exercises. There's been a lot of Halloween cosplayers going off too. Oh my god, have you seen I don't even know if it's a cosplay of anything, but have you seen Jenna Lynn Meowries? She took a load of photos in like a kind of red and black corset. They were just casually choke holding my Twitter feed. I was just like, oh my god, Jesus Christ. Who else has been doing really good Halloween cosplays? I miss getting a gift sub. Fire King, you self-centered fool. Check yourself right now. There is a subscription box shape right next to your name. There we go. You thank Teddy Bear. Very, very handsome of you. Yeah, you got, mate. I do work for free. Mikey, will I get my first secretary payment now? Which context? Is this the sort of payment where we're going to DM each other on Discord about the details? Or are you talking about money? Because I sort of treat my secretaries like a smoky 80s movie written by a scriptwriter who is high on cocaine. That's my idea of how a secretary gets paid. You know, one step away from spank bang. A little bit classier. Also, yes, financial recumbrance. You will get paid, Pixie, for your secretarial work the moment I sort out my next mod payment, which possibly doesn't exist. I would make some silly joke like, they do it for the love of the game. However, I genuinely do not want to piss off my mods on the topic of them working really hard and tolerating me out of the kindness of their own hearts. Just know that they're fucking amazing. I'll never get his interest. You can't earn interest on delayed payments from me, unfortunately. Delayed payments from me stay at set value of the year that they're sent. They're not, you can't inflate them either. Nor add interest. Mikey's so brave, so selfless, so not sexist. Thank you very much. I'm a very forward-thinking man. So buxom. You do flatter me, Eva. A mystic being, you're doing the 30 days of Halloween. Oh, is anybody following a Halloween-themed prompt list? Is that what you're doing?
Very cool, way to go.
Mikey Mega Money. Mikey! I just realised the title you could totally embiggen yourself with. Talk to me. I'm very embiggen worthy. Oh, damn, Teddy Bear's just popped in for another gifter. Teddy Bear, seriously, dude, that is so wildly generous, and I really do thank you, and I really mean that. And I would never want to not encourage somebody from gifting and stuff, but that is a lot. And that's amazing, but like, don't gift so much that I start to feel bad, okay? Don't gift so much that I feel like a con man or something like that. Like, what have I done? What have I done? Thank you. You can buy my snake oil for free now. Dropped on my boy CMB Kevin. Brilliant, nice one, dude. Kevin Talad. Cheers, thank you. Eva, how do I embiggen? Kevin, enjoy downloading your art, my art. That's the dream. What if you guys did your own art and then subscribers downloaded it for free in my Discord? I think that's the best thing I've ever said in my life. Please enjoy downloading my art for HD versions with work in progress sheets. understand my working and thinking for free in Discord, our wonderful sub perk for those gorgeous citizens who kindly support the Megaverse, or in this instance, vicariously, through Geo, Itami, and Teddy Bear. Danke, danke. You guys are so ripe. You're so plump. Just want to pluck the lot of you. Put you in a basket. Take you to the farmer's market. Isn't that what the public art room is for? Yeah, so basically, what if I did what Twitter does? What if I slowly took away something that everybody was able to do anyway, waited 2 years, and then reintroduced it as a paid perk? By which I mean, what if I just close the public art room and then start posting everything that was in the public art room under the art rewards room? I really shouldn't have picked this, should I? I'm just going to put a little bit of oh fuck, Ritalin. Retinol. One sec, I'm just going to pause the recording. I'll be right back, I'll be right back. It'd be evil as a corpo. Why not? I tried playing Evil Corpo playthrough when we first played Cyberpunk. I felt really bad. Alright. A buxomologist. Buxomology. We're going to come back to that. We're not done with that, chat. I'm liking it. Ew. Damn, I didn't even realize those hype trains went to level 10. I just wanted to dab a little alcohol in it. Just my little foibles, don't worry about me. Yeah, just put on some rubbing alcohol. I'm so tired. Andre, rest, be well. Genius. Actual stonks. You ask him something and he ignores you. But when you bit, he sees it. I'm going to start cheering one and then writing a message. Andre, what have I missed? I steal art on a daily basis. Is that what I've missed? I steal art. Good for you, Andre. One sec, let me click your name. Give him too much and they play on his guilt and feelings. Yeah, that's kind of it. If lots of people are generous, it's lovely. If one person is insanely generous, I'm just like, that's too much! Oh, you want me to look at your drawings? Andre, are they safe for work? Yeah, if you've been working on something, we can drop you a permit. Just let us know when you got them ready. Who is that skeleton behind you, and what did you do to them? Boomy, that is Eva. This skeleton is Chameleon S1. I was too needy and I sucked the life out of her. I still suck the marrow from her bones. Oh, it's in the art channel. Now we've got Chameleon S2 in chat. Yeah. If you've wait, I posted in the art channel. If you've got a link, post it. Otherwise, I'll just open Discord. Oh, we got loads of good stuff in here. Yo, what's your name in Discord, Andre? I've got streamer safe mode on because it's hiding your names. One sec. Ooh, disable. Oh, don't worry, I'm not dragging it on screen or anything, but thank you for the warning. Same as Twitch. Alright, one sec. Oh, here we go. My girl. One sec. Dude, I like the energy of the pose. I like the soft shadow. For some reason, your soft shadow reminds me of, like, Limbo or Little Nightmares. Is this an OC, or is she existing from something? The expression is tepid, semi-fearful, still communicating something, still talking, looking off screen. I would say overall, especially because she's got like a Wednesday Addams fit, this is very gorgeous. The outlines work. I would say a little bit more understanding of the folding of the clothes, like just how cloth folds really at the elbow joint, if like the hands are behind the back, because you've definitely got like crease lines, but they seem very speculative as opposed to like describing the material. Other than that, she's gorgeous. Yeah, nice work, dude. Oh, she's from Chainsaw Man. So I asked, by the way, Eva, you are very correct to give me that warning. I wasn't going to do it. However, if I was you, I absolutely would have warned me not to like share the Discord or just remember. So thank you. So I asked on Andre, I asked on Twitter like for any anime suggestions. To be honest, I actually forgot to add that I have watched Cyberpunk as well. 2077. But I was just like, recommend some animes. And one of the top animes that came back was Chainsaw Man. So if that's what everyone in my audience is watching, it's certainly something that I might want to start having a look at myself. For my own art and pleasure reasons. Who is that character in Chainsaw Man without giving me any spoilers? Well, Mikey, it's my favourite character. Good answer. Yeah, cheers for sharing, bro. I'm going to write you a list to watch like 1,000. Okay, but please just make it your top 10. Maximum top 10, dude. Otherwise, I can't promise I'll keep reading it. Despite being a total Luddite and a man of my age, I want you to imagine I have the attention span of somebody who's grown up with iPads and TikTok. I've got the worst of both worlds. I'm just trying to be really careful with where I do and don't pick lines or put detail lines. As long as we're just crisping everything and making it pop a bit crispinly. Yo, brain rot. How you doing, man? The manga is really good. If I could draw my one waifus, I'd stop consuming like 90% of media. Really, if you could just like nail them down and create them for yourself and be happy. When you say one, you don't mean like the guy behind Chainsaw Man. You? And it kind of feels like there's line art everywhere, but actually it's less for more. With the intent of remembering we've got that other layer coming as well. I don't know why I started low and worked my way up. Just felt right, I guess. Dude, Dandadan. Ah, yes! I've watched a few episodes of that. I really enjoyed it. Because I was drawing Grandma Seiko. And then I never watched it again. But I do remember that being very pacey and quick. It's not at all the same, but its pacing reminded me like it like kind of very, it just kind of like, it doesn't bother necessarily oversetting any of the scenes. It gets that you get it. So it's just like this, cut to this, cut to this. It reminds me of the melancholy of Suzumi Harumi Muya. Like, that feels like it almost jumps around in time a bit. It just gives you these little moments at the school, these little feelings. And, like, sort of cuts to half-finished dialogue and stuff. Or at least that's how it felt in my memory. Dandadan. Chainsaw Man. What else? I can't type. No worries, I can't read. I can't swim. Happy birthday, Mikey. I can't swim. Like mega, he seems so dim. Best the truth is he can't swim. Get in the car, I say get on in. It's nice when they respect that you can record the setting and just kind of keep up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love anime that lets you breathe, especially the older stuff. But I do appreciate like a really good tight pace. What anime, Mikey, in recent times that you had to watch for an artwork that you were working on, do you wish that you went back to finish? Oh! I don't know if this counts as an answer, but it's near enough. I still intend to watch, even though I haven't in a million years, more of the really sweet one where dragons from another dimension keep living with this lady in a flat, and they're her maids. That was more for a first time watching reaction series we did. My reaction was that I liked it. But I don't know if I actually want to react to that anymore, but I do want to watch it in my own time. Dragon Maid. Yes, Dragon... Oh, sorry. Was it that obvious? You know the one where there's dragons, but they're maids? I forget the name. And then the speed of the bus couldn't go under 60 miles an hour, because if the speed went lower, it would explode. I think it was called The Bus That Couldn't Slow Down. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Yeah, I I still want to do first time watching stuff and reaction stuff. But we did Dragon Maid so long ago. I would just like to watch Dragon Maid. It's just, those episodes were so like sweet. And like the palette was very pastel. Like anything that you would basically say would be the color black. It's not a color, move on. But you would like make dark. Even in that, it was just a really faded, dark, like, low saturated purple. Like, the whole palette of that was just, like, this really nice, sweet, warm feeling. And that's been a really big thing with me ever since the last James Bond movie, No Time to Die. Whose colour grading really crushed all the black tones. And the average median value was actually quite dim, even in the daytime scenes. Which just added to this overall feeling of it's a bit miserable, except when you do it with the colour grading, it's borderline subconscious. Andre, thank you very much for the more bitties. Third time asking. Andre, I'm so sorry! Andre, I'm so sorry. You do... Alright, Andre, just to be clear, you do not need to bitty for questions. I just often miss stuff. The fact that you had to ask 3 times is pretty bad. Yeah, save on it. Do save your bitties though. I will get to them. As long as you keep posting them. Do not worry. But do you want more recent animes or some old classics? Andre, recent, please. The reason why I would like some recent, thank you very much for asking, dude, is because not that I've seen all of them, but like I've probably watched some of the classics more likely than I've watched anything new. Wings of Honomiyase, I forget how you say it. Akira, Fist of the North Star, Ghost in a Shell, Innocence, Standalone Complex. Ergo Proxy. Zammed, Lost Memories. Does anybody know that one? I think that was a promotional anime to launch the PSP, as far as I'm aware. I'm not sure. Oh, Sakamoto Days. Is that the one where it's a former gangster? And he's like a house husband? I don't know if I made that line too heavy or not. That sits okay. I love Sakamoto Days. Oh yeah. Right. Get on the list. I hope you typed that to my tweet. One sec. You guys can give me suggestions wherever and whenever you want. And what I do is I put them in a notepad file. That is very, very good until I put it in my folder full of notepad files. At the moment, everybody is responding to a tweet. This one. If you do have a suggestion, or even if you've already given me a suggestion, obviously you don't have to because it's a pain in the ass. But if you fancy typing it in a response to that tweet, they'll all sit in one place. Pixie, you can DM me on any. We're friends on most platforms, Pixie. You DM me wherever you want. But add Sakamoto Days in. Blame is pretty good. I don't know that one at all. He falls in love and runs a bodega. A bodega is a corner shop, right? In America. The House Husband is a good show. Is that also one where he's a former gangster? But he's got black hair instead of grey hair. I watched Has anybody seen a Hong Kong action cinema movie? My Wife is a Gangster. Oh my god, I've just had a memory unlocked. Has anybody watched My Wife is a Gangster? Holy shit. I put that in a notepad file and then I hit empty recycle bin. No. I have them. I have them. There's really important stuff in there, Eva. All my notes are in notepad files. My banking details, emergency contact numbers. I don't put them in my phone because I don't use my phone. So I put them in notepad files.
He must be a Fremen, or in with them. He's
Hey! Yo, hello, welcome. The gregarious, the gorgeous Jimmy the Brush. Oh! Thank you very much, Sir Andre, thank you. Anyway, Mr. Stream. Hey, Mr. Stream. Blue la-di-da, look at me, big Mr. Stream. All right, Sir Andre. Maybe I'm Solid Snake, because my messages are invisible. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I missed your messages. I can give you recent stuff, but I have one rule. You need to watch Hellsing. Stop. Jimmy the Brush, I'm about to say hello to you, handsome man. Hello, Saucy. All right. All right, sweet. How are you doing, babe? I'll make you a cup of tea if you come round. Oh, don't tell Princess. Princess, how you doing, you gorgeous thing? Stop. Hellsing. I have every volume in Japanese. I've got and watched the original Hellsing DVD collection where they just made up an extra magical man, a witch doctor from Africa, who also follows Set for some reason. Northern Africa still counts.
and Hellsing Ultimate, which is one of the most badass motherfucking animes. Sorry, everybody who's just come in from Jimmy DeBrush's family-friendly stream. It's lovely to have you. That I've ever seen. Yes. No. We're good. Andre. Yes. Dude, Andre. So, okay. Look, Jimmy, welcome. I'm so sorry. Andre, when people are just like, who's your favorite waifu? I'm just like, well, it's really hard to say. There's so many out there, and I haven't really given it much thought. And I draw a lot of waifu characters for a living, so I try not to pin down one and get stuck in the weebness of it. Wrong. My favorite waifu is Ceres Victoria. Ah, don't even start, mate. That's why I've been skipping your comments, Andre. I've been waiting for a good one. Finally. No, I'm so sorry, really, no. Jimmy, how are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, it's okay. We're all filthy, aren't we all filth? Jimmy, the goddamn brush, and the fantastic and gorgeous Princess Avalana. Warmest wishes to you and family. How are you? How was your stream? What have you been up to? People at my end, you philanderers, you fly-by-nighters, go and give Jimmy the Brush a follow. Link in chat. He's, him and Princess are some of my IRL mates. I've not seen him in a really, really long time, but as you know, I have a very simple system. If we meet IRL and I like you, you're upgraded. We're now IRL mates. Even though it's been a million years, and even though they kindly invite me to so many Warhammer hangouts, and I suck as a shut-in. But give them a follow. They're absolutely super dope. They are insane miniature painters. They're so good. And they're quick. How many months did it take you to paint this, Jimmy? Lunchtime. Thank you, Jimmy. Do you have any tips for airbrushing, Jimmy? Banned. Thank you, Jimmy. Other than that, fucking heroes. We philand so hard. What was it? We buxomate brilliantly. I'm a buxomologist. Also, I do fan art. I just draw for a living. I draw whatever I want, and I really hope people sometimes like it. This actually is really awkward looking because it was a random doodle that we ended up rendering on top of. So normally I'm a bit more structured, but this is more of a weird pin-up vibe because it just had a totally different flow. Also, I play Marvel Rivals. Has anyone met IRL since COVID? I still live in my chamber. Oh, Jimmy, I had a big summer. Mikey's big summer was actually just a normal socializing. One of my mods came up from Australia to hang out, and then we drove to Wales to hang out with one of my other mods. Shortly before that other mod came all the way down to my house before we spent 2 weeks in Japan, where we met another of my mods who was also on holiday. The only one I still haven't touched is Chameleon S. She's so pure. She's so precious. Yeah, Jimmy, I actually, and don't get me wrong, mate, I'm not doing it anymore. But I had a social year. I was like, fuck me, man. I do actually have to get out of the house, don't I? This is getting ridiculous. But yeah, no, it's a good one. It's a good one. Everything you draw looks amazing, Mikey. And everything you paint melts my heart, Jimmy. When are we going to stop toying with these feelings between us? The untouchable right here. Eva, you know I want to put my hands on you. I've been very clear. Yeah, I hope you've had a lovely evening, though. What were you up to? I'm really sorry if you also answered that question and I just skipped it because I was talking shit. Jimmy, I've learnt that if you click on someone's name in Stream Viewer, you can see their chat history. I'm evolving. We're good. I based some pirate wolves. Okay. Do you mean... You don't mean... Wait, do space wolves even still exist in Grimdark? Pirate wolves. So I built a little sandy plank. Oh, literally pirate wolves. So I built a little sandy planks for each of them and put some broken bottles around their feet. Oh, dope. Jimmy bases like a mofo. He preps and he bases. I've never seen Jimmy the Brush have a miniature that when you put it on the table is within 5 millimeters of the table surface. Jimmy is like, props to Jimmy, more like props to everything he puts up. Mate, his base is here. His miniatures are up here. It's amazing. He loves it. He's mad for PVA. I'll kiss. Eva, I thought you were saving me for Ayatollah. Oh, hey, Wiccan. How you doing, you gorgeous thing? Great to see ya. Day off? Lurking around. We love the lurkers here. We're doing a fan art of a Marvel Rivals character, but I've taken her helmet off, called Angela. But again, I'm very glad that we've nearly finished this, and everyone's been very patient with me whilst we drew it. I wouldn't say that this has been my favourite drawing experience in the world, but I have enjoyed practicing rendering the metal. That bit I enjoyed greatly. The Marvel Rivals style is not one that I'm accustomed to, but what's the point in drawing if you draw the same thing every time? Like, it's nice to experiment. Ethical matchmaking? Eva, there's something so weird with that. Like, if you said, oh, I work for a if you said I work for a matchmaking agency, guys, go follow Jimmy the Brush. None of you have clicked on his name yet and given him a follow. I'm watching all of you. The better and bolder of you, click on Jimmy the Brush's name. Go check out some gorgeous painted miniatures and a lovely vibe. Go hang with some of my mates when I'm not here. Better, probably, I hope. Now, if you said, oh, I work for a matchmaking agency, you'd be like, okay, that's a very normal thing. I don't know why, Eva, but if you say, I work for an ethical matchmaking agency, I feel like that raises a lot of questions. Oh, I work for a matchmaking agency, but it's an ethical one. It makes you start asking, wait, what were the previous ones doing? Would you like to find your future wife? Oh, yes. Are you okay with a crying 16-year-old Romanian teenager? What? Here at Unethical Matchmaking, we'll guarantee a partner. As long as your standards are low and your questions are even lower. Here at Unethical Matchmaking, I met my wife. She couldn't speak English and she would not stop crying. Thank you, Eva. You're welcome. Here's some unpaid testimony. I signed up for ethical matchmaking and now I'm on a police register. Ha ha ha. And there's more. Eva, what you up to? Yo, Andre. Dude. Mate, it's time to rest. Andre, relax. Look, number one, don't let me tell you what to do, obviously. But Andre, relax. Have a nice rest. You've had your day at work. Next time I do an art stream, we'll be back on the tier 2 Hullabaloos. We'll take a look at your gooey night. Gooey night, silent night, part 4. And draw our way to the moon and back. After all that, I was about to draw some Chainsaw Man characters, but fuck it. I'm going to draw Ceres Victoria and give it my best. Fuck yeah, please share that. Like, Itami Funko he's always just like, can you draw Revy again, please? He's a big Revy boy. And it's like, I always think about drawing her. And I'm just like, if I'm going to draw her, it's going to take me about as long as my last Artorias piece. Because I'm going to want to get a really specific feeling and a really specific vibe. And I'm not going to want to settle for less. I'm not going to be like, oh, let's see where the piece takes us. I'm going to be like, either I make this work the way I want it or I don't. That's how seriously I take Ceres Victoria. So as you can see, normally I draw like, well, not as you can see this bit, but normally I draw in like a line art style and then just do the anime part, color block, render. This time we've rendered the character and now I'm drawing the line art on top posthumously. Sort of the inverse of what I usually like to vibe with. But variety is the spice of life. The only time you shouldn't have variety is when you're ordering at a restaurant. You know what you like, you know what your favourite thing at the menu is, and every time you're just like, oh, let's just check something else, all that happens is it reconfirms you liking the thing that you like, and reminds you why you don't order other things. So with that in mind, what the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, just don't worry. One sec, let me just render in that little area. Props on all that wonton soup. The crab meat soup was lovely. It's quite thick, and basically it wasn't crab meat, it was crab sticks, which is basically fish sticks. So a little bit of a cop-out. I think some of the meat in it might actually have been crab meat. It just had fish sticks in it as well. But the wonton soup is like much more of a clear, cleansing ambrosia to a rich Chinese meal, I think. Post facto. De facto. Not posthumously. Wait, are you not dead? Post facto. I'm so sorry. Post facto. Hey Beefy, how you doing? A succulent Chinese meal? We have been saying that shit a lot, mate. A lot. Yes. What's the charge? Mikey, I just want to say thank you for streaming. Oh, you're welcome, bro. I've been dealing with some things lately, and your streams are always nice and chill. Fuck yeah, man. Sorry to hear it. Life and all sorts of things come up. I mean, as I sort of... I don't want to recap it, but as I'd sort of said... Anyway, I had a really hard summer this summer. So it's also nice from my perspective to get back on the horse and get back on the streaming. So yeah, mate. Always welcome to come vibe. I'm wondering what other life-threatening thing should I do to get Eva to open up to me? I hear cutting yourself on the top of your arms and the outside of your thighs is really big with 14 to 17-year-olds, especially girls. I might get into that. I hear it's a really popular hobby with the kids. To see if that forces Eva into being like, Mikey, do not start cutting yourself as a hobby. And then she'll just be like, I met my long-lost sister for the first time yesterday. And I'd be like, that's the sort of thing you're supposed to tell me, Eva. She'd be like, well, I didn't want to bother you with it. I never knew I had a twin. I met her. I was like, I will smack you. You've got to open up to smack me, Eva. If this is how I get you to share, Eva, this is how I get you to share. Remember, the lion does not concern himself with the swelling lithium in his laptop battery. Unless Eva says otherwise. Hopefully Fenrir is asleep.
You're a big Helsing fan. You listen to Gorillas. Are we related? Every man is my brother, and every woman my sister, and every weeb part of my... Okay, I was going to go somewhere really off with that. No. I've stopped myself from saying it twice now. Andre, it's just good vibes around here. You know how it is? There's a whole load of people on this platform who do art and have good vibes, which is very, very fortunate. But do they also have insanely good taste in music? Thanks to Spotify Radio.
This guy's got the right idea.
Well. Yo, Fusion. Fusion Beamer. I like those words. Is that like Dragon Ball talk? Or am I showing my age? Beyond the box. Hello. It's Mad Cat. Wait, Mad Cat. Wait, which one? Max, Mad Cat Max, or Mini Mad Cat Dev? Which one? You got to give me the full name. The Mini Mad Cat. Got it. Yo, welcome. How you doing? Can you please stop changing your usernames? We've talked about this before. I will say the spiel. Do you feel like you've been born in the wrong skin? Do you feel like you need to change your very gender identity to be the person you are? I can't imagine what that's like. Love and support. You do you. Do you also want to change your username in Twitch? How about you fucking don't? If you change your username and expect me to constantly remember the person I knew versus whatever it is that's in front of me now, you are dead to me. And your mother. Mini Mad Cat Dev, I'll do my best to make an exception. I still love you. I just don't understand why you had to do this. And really, I don't even think you should be having a conversation about maybe changing your username until you're at least 16, probably 18. I know you might feel like your username is not the right username for you, but I would suggest you're autistic, and that changing your username might not be the answer you're looking for. But it is the answer that a lot of people will encourage you to try. It's the last name. It's the last time, I swear. Okay, so you're now permanently beyond the box. Got it. Mikey, have you seen that t-shirt that's becoming popular? It's J.K. Rowling. Eva, that is exactly the kind of thing you wouldn't say to me. That, I mean, thank you. You've literally said that to me. Eva, that is exactly the kind of sentence that I would see you say to Sam in the boys' Discord chat. Have you seen a t-shirt that's becoming popular that wrote J.K. Rowling? That is 100% you and Sam talk. No, I haven't seen it. Do you have a link or anything? What is it like? Where did the dev come from? My false memory. Can link me the shirt? I want to see. Protect women's spaces. I'm just saying. To quote Brad, we are slowly heading back towards, what was it? The Handmaid's Tale. That's slowly becoming a reality. Step 1. Flood the internet so that independent content creating women are forced to use a privatized alternative of the internet that doesn't allow such things. Time to find yourself a working husband. The new internet by MasterCard, because MasterCard secretly funded endless bots and AI, flooding the old one until it was unusable. You were either there to enjoy it, or you weren't. Here on the new internet, it's just as good as the other, except we monitor everything and don't allow loads of stuff. Finally, information that's not free. Just like the good old days. I think I promised that I was going to stop talking about that. Oh, I have one of those. It says Vacay-ra. Is that it? What was it? That's not a real haircut she has, right? That's just for the t-shirt. What a lovely lady. Oh, yo, Betha, you gorgeous thing. What have you been up to? Whoa, look, I know your plans for today are chilling, but, like, what have you been up to? Is it just been Minecraft videos all night? I'm so impressed you're still live. I took another one of those now. Oh, my God, dude. We need to get you out of the house, mate. For my own health as much as yours. Another nap. Things are going so well. I don't want to do too heavy on the lines for this. I'm sort of going to fade this thing away. Please tell me that's not her real hair. Yeah, they did it for the shirt. Okay. A.K. Rowling. So, like, from her perspective... Now, I'm a pretty laid-back, open-minded guy. I'm very live and let live. So, I like to devil's advocate stuff in order to kind of feel it out. But from her perspective, she's basically doing her best to defend women's spaces, something that women have had to fight for very hard in a male-dominated society. And unfortunately, she doesn't really perceive trans women as being women. And so sees that as another male originating threat, so to speak. I mean, the that university where the trans woman who was originally a guy in the swimming team, who then came out as trans and joined the girls' swimming competitions, that university rescinded her trophy and eventually made a public apology for, like, you know, basically, like, not really knowing what to do whilst also not wanting to be on the wrong side of history. I think that's a sign to go to bed. Pixie, you're always a sign for my bed. How did I get back to Mikey? Pixie, are you home safe? Are you rested and happy, you gorgeous thing? Well done. You have worked your fucking arse off. Probably a bit more than your housemates as well, which I'm not a big fan of. I hope you get your deposit back. And whichever one of your housemates, Pixie, did the least amount of work today, I hope they fall over at the top of the stairs and break their collarbone. But it's a really clean fracture that heals really well. And they get taken to hospital, you know, they're not stuck. But they just have to deal with the ache that they would have had in their muscles if they'd lifted a couple fucking boxes and helped tidy up. I'm telling you, Mikey, the fatigue is real. Do you know what's going on? How long have you, well, obviously don't answer any question that you want to DM me. Like, because this, you said it was kind of new, right? I reckon, by the way, I don't reckon anything. I'm talking out my arse, obviously. But if that was me, I would start asking myself if it was stress-related to certain sham-like readings and other shit, which is just like, I don't want to fucking address or deal with that. And then you're just like, you're getting worn out because it's like in your subconscious. I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. Yeah, 100% is. Oh, okay, you're kind of going down that alley as well. Yeah, I'd like, if I have so like, I know what to look out for now. Just I'm so fucking old. But like, if I had unresolved stuff or things that were stressing me out, but I wasn't really thinking about it, like everything's fine, but subconsciously I was getting really stressed out. Like, I would get, most random thing in the world, I would get like really flaky on my elbow. Is that what eczema is? My elbows would just go fucking dry and get really flaky. And now I'm literally just like, uh-oh, I need to go and sort out that thing I'm putting off. And it goes away, like, really quickly. But back when I hadn't, like, sort of realised it was psychological, I used to just be like, my elbow's so fucking flaky. Anyway, I'm really worried about my uni coursework or something like that. That's a sign of stress-induced psoriasis. Okay, Eva, look, Eva, you know Eva, the last thing I want to do, Eva, is trigger you. The last thing I want to do is take this wonderful evening we've had and take it back to a conversation that we've had previously. However, Eva, I thought psoriasis was something you got in the liver. Eva, how does the liver work? What does the liver do again? I thought psoriasis happened in your liver. Anyway, my elbow thing is stress-induced psoriasis. Yeah, so I never knew what those words were. But I used to just be like, I remember before I went to uni, my elbow was really flaky. I remember like working my day job and just be like, man, that motherfucker's kicking off. And I was just low-key stressed about going to uni. I had no idea what to expect. The liver thing is... Also psoriasis? Cirrhosis. Cirrhosis is the scarring of the liver. Sorry guys, Eva was taking time out of her busy day yesterday whilst we're playing Alien Isolation to explain some of the 500 functions of the liver. Because we were just like... Anyway, long story short, Eva, both of my dinners tonight, I ate them normally. I didn't eat them quickly. Because I didn't want to force my liver into overworking on enzyme production for my stomach. And passing off work to my kidneys as a result. Eva knows everything. That's psoriasis. So psoriasis is what happens to the skin. Cirrhosis happens to the liver. I cannot talk about this. It stresses me out so much. Because there's no clear solution that doesn't ostracize trans women or threaten cis women safely. Yeah, do you know, it's a funny old thing, isn't it? You want the best, but you want to live in the real world. But the problem is the worst challenges only come from the most extreme scenarios or the extreme examples. Everyone I know that's trans is just trying to live their life. Do you know what I mean? It's what you sort of like see argued about in like debates and social media has nothing to do with the people I know. I wish you would have a funeral for me and pretend I'm dead, honestly. Oh my god. Well, I'll tell you what, look, Betha, when we go on holiday, people are going to stop me and be like, are you her dad? And I'm going to be like, oh, hell no. Kinda. So you can just pretend, you can roleplay. Psoriasis with a PS is overactive skin shedding. Yeah, mate, flaky. I'm so happy to hear you slowed down. Well, Eva, yeah, absolutely. You've always told me to eat slower, and I'm just like, look, I grew up poor, and I grew up in a food scarce situation. I'm like trained to eat my food before my food is taken away. And I think, like, maybe you told me before, and you probably had, and I have unfortunately forgotten because my memory is bad, not because I'm gaslighting. But I don't really like recall getting given such a comprehensive breakdown before as to why I shouldn't be eating fast. But then you took the time out yesterday to actually just deep dive all of us on exactly why your liver gets fucked up. So now I know, now I understand. So now when I eat dinner, Eva, I think of you. Not just when I'm watching certain videos now. There's two places I think of you in my daily routine, Eva. I feel like low-key, if you just stop messaging me again, like he's done for months before inviting me to his sham wedding, I'd be fine. Yeah, mate, I bet that just suddenly drags all of this shit back up in your head. And it's kind of fucked, because you're just like, well, an olive branch has to start somewhere if there's ever going to be one. But then it's like, oh, is this one only happening because, you know, the wedding's happening? And it's just like, oh, what a convenient time to sort of ignore loads of shit that we've not worked through together. But you spelled it out as it was, dude. I'll never be calling that anyone ever again. Dad is not on my dialect now. Damn, you are not the first person. You're not the first girl I know who is just like, yeah, I don't call people daddy. That's not a word I will use with us. And I'm just like, good to know. Bay. No, thank you, Eva. You bay. Juve bowl. You bay bowl. Buxomology. Buxomologist. Sounds like a fraud alert. Local fraudster Mikey Mega Mega has been discovered sizing up women's boobs with his hands after describing himself as a buxomologist. Caught again. Frivolous internet pervert Mikey Mega Mega, known as the Squeezer, faces up to 16 years in prison. Eva made me do it, he cried. When we checked his records, there was no sign of an Eva ever existing. Check my streams. There was no sign of streams ever existing. Yeah, it feels like buxomology feels like I'm only feeling up really curvy ladies. No, like, flat chests and raisins, as much as I love them. Of course it does. Imagine feeling like your literal creator hates you. It's such a weird feeling because it fucks up all of your other meaningful relationships you could have. Oh, do you know, I'm a pretty patient, laid-back guy. You can always come talk to me. In between banging. I don't like to toot my own horn, but I feel like I have spent a lot of time listening. But I mean that in the best way. Like I'm a medium at least to solid listener, I like to think. And one of the reasons why I'm such a safe guy to talk to is because, like, I'm so forgetful. It's not that I'm good with secrets. I'm pretty sure I'd be a gossip if I remembered stuff, but I do not remember stuff. And people think that's like a funny joke sometimes until they realise it's true. And they're just like, oh man. And is this Eva in the stream with us right now, Mikey? Chameleon S is always in the corner. Chameleon S is like, nobody will have seen this really cool film, so forget you guys. And when I say really cool, it's alright. Obviously. It's nice to know that you hear, but don't listen. Put that on your resume. I don't need to, Eva. You keep spray painting that on my house. This man hears, but does not listen. Damn. I wonder if this is too tucked up. Too late to change it now. Let's not start making any ad hoc. Men in a nutshell. Damn. You're doing my boys dirty. Didn't realise J.K. Rowling was in a room with us. Not all men, he tweeted. Confidently. Do I want to outline the hair? Not all of it, no. But I do want an outline over of the character. I'm going to get rid of the halo, I think. Just because we never really did anything with it. And I want to close this tonight. I jest, but most. No, you vent. You're fine. I don't take every tweet involving men as a personal attack on me as an individual.
Hello there.
Hello. Cheers for the follow. I'm just going to call you Kurui. Heyo. Do you know how it feels to live? Do you know how it feels to live forever? Soon you will, Andre. Immortalized. In a, no, Mikey, talk to me with Helsing talk. Immortalized. In a tier 2 hullabaloo. Tier 2 hullabaloos are a bit like Jamboree. Does anybody remember Jamboree? From, Logan's Run? No, Mikey, I'm in my 20s. I don't know what Logan's Run is. Wait, was it called Jamboree or something else? I mean, I was for a long time in a state of not having motivation to draw. But then you came back to streaming and it kind of gave me a second wind. Now I'm drawing like crazy. Mate, fuck yeah! Cheers for saying, bro. I'm glad to be getting back into it myself. Obviously, I bitch about Twitch a lot, but like in terms of vibing with you guys, I do enjoy it. There's a reason I keep coming back to it, even when I'm a bit on and off. Although now we're just on. Sneaskier. How you doing? How's your day been going? Oh, Jesus. Mikey, to christen your soon-to-be acquired master editing skills in DaVinci Resolve, thank you so much for using positive affirmation to direct my behavior. Something I said directly to a colleague once at work in an office. To christen your upcoming editing skills in DaVinci Resolve or Premiere Pro, would you like to make a film cram video of an older movie that's a cult classic? I have film crammed, and I'm not answering your question, but I'm coming back to it. I have film crammed the 1984 David Lynch copy of Dune into a 12-minute, entertaining, succinct, enjoyable video that captures some of the feeling, soundtrack, and energy of the overall film. It's one of my greatest works. And it was purely, knowing that nobody would watch it, it was purely for my own pleasure editing it down. Would I do it again for another film? I would, Eva. An older movie to warm me back up into film cram editing while simultaneously using it as an opportunity to familiarize myself with new software. Eva, you do excite me with your words. Specifically your mouth. So... Eva, what would that film be? What classic could be turned into a crammable? Do you think I should do like a classic that like a lot of younger people won't want to watch but will want to say that they know? You know, film students trying to outdo each other at university. I could film cram like Casablanca. So close, Mikey, so close. I could do a Crocodile Dundee! No. Crocodile Dundee 2. When he's in New York. And they have to they have to shout that they love each other in the subway and they have to walk over everyone's heads. That's not a knife. Okay, so the options are Hellraiser. So I have watched Hellraiser. I'm not a big horror guy. I enjoy horror. I just don't know much horror. It's like just a blank spot in my oeuvre. But I do know OG Hellraiser. So the options are Hellraiser, Crocodile Dundee, The Count of Monte Cristo. Which one, Destiny? I used to have that on video cassette. With God knows who those actors were, but I used to have like a really old version. But I think there's one I haven't seen with Romeo DiCaprio. Count of Monte Cristo, Crocodile Dundee, Hellraiser. Any other suggestions? The Road to El Dorado. I've not watched that one. Do you want to know what I keep getting that confused with? Ice Cold and Alex. I think The Road to El Dorado, is that like a, that's not a war film, right? That happens to be set in the desert. Is that like a, it's not a Western either. Is it like an Italian, sorry, is it like a Spanish conquistador movie? Has anybody seen Ice Cold and Alex? I've seen the 1984 version so many times. Your 12-minute version's all I need now. Who stole my spacebar? Exclamation mark film cram. Go there. I've done it. I've done the goods to the David Lynch one. Rest in peace. Could you explain that? No. That summarizes my personal belief system so hard. George Lucas was considering getting David Lynch involved in the Star Wars prequels. And David Lynch hated it. He hated the entire experience, the entire day. Visiting the ranch, not having any meat on the menu. And he tried showing me these things called Wookiees. And I started to get a headache. Vote now! What classic film? 12 Angry Men. 12 Angry Men is still in the IMDb top 10, isn't it? 12 Angry Men is fucking good. I would have to... So, like, this is it. I don't use AI for any of my stuff, which is why I haven't done it for ages, because it takes fucking ages. Unless you just want to make slop. And I like to be proud, because the reason why I like doing Film Cram is because it's an exercise for me to fully understand the salient key points of a movie before I even then decide how to communicate that succinctly. Like, I like that as a thought exercise. But wait, Mikey, do you need a crash course on Premiere? Yeah, so look, Betha, I'm still using Vegas Pro, and it turns out I'm kind of like the only person left that anyone knows that still uses Vegas Pro, and Vegas Pro is not famously very good. But the problem is I'm very familiar with it, so I never got better. So I'm kind of like in the market for like a hot girlfriend to take on holidays, and also new video editing software. They're kind of my two big things. Road to El Dorado is so good. Yeah, I've not seen it. I've not watched it. I think you'd like Count of Monte, but Dundee would make a solid playlist. Just doing Crocodile Dundee for shits and giggles. Oh, you alright, mate? A fucking ripping. Oh, yeah. I think we've got to vote now. No promises, but I will commit. However, if I was going to learn some new editing software and made another Film Cram recap that nobody's going to watch, but at least just do it to get back in the swing. Would you want me to do it for Crocodile Dundee, The Count of Monte Cristo, or The Road to El Dorado? We're looking at older movies. I'm surprised he's never drawn Shell. Shell from Road to El Dorado. Wait, is Road to El Dorado an animation? I think that's starting to ring a bell now. Right, okay, I immediately know what you're talking about. That sexy Quetzalcoatl girl. Yeah. I've sent it on Discord for future reference. Eva, thank you very much. That's very gorgeous of you. So I've not watched that. I'll tell you what I have watched that's completely unrelated. Fuck, what's his name? The one with the horse. Is it Spirit of the Cameroon? Izzy got me to watch it, and I was not prepared for how emotional it was for a cartoon horse. It's Spirit of the Cameroon. It's the one who's the horse,
who gets captured, and then he gets kind of like, he escapes and gets captured again by Indians, but they're still holding the Native Americans, and they're still holding the other, his horse girlfriend, and he like goes back to get her, and oh mate, it's like there's barely any dialogue, it's just horse emotions, and it's like one of the best animations I've ever seen. That's what I keep thinking of when I'm trying to think of El Dorado. Yo, fucking ripping, mate. Fucking ripping. You know what I'll say? Shrimps on the barbie. Crocodile fucking Dundee. Damn. Crocodile Dundee. Mate. You know what I'm saying? A hot girlfriend? Does Nathan know that you're trying to cheat on him? He's okay with it. I was like, you know, I'm kind of not joking when I'm talking about macking onto Minri, right? He's just like, just give me a cuddle. Sexy Quexy goes hard. Is that your Discord? Sexy Quexy? Exclamation mark Discord if you want to hang out in my Discord, by the way. I'm going to be making a movie room. One of my mods just gave me a quick heads up on the settings. Because like if we're gonna like review really old stuff, we can do it in like just chatting or something like Star Trek. But if we're gonna like watch films together, we've got to do it in Discord. Otherwise, we'll get kicked off the platform. You know how it be. Not my Discord, no one boops me. Yeah, don't blame him. That being said, I'm actually hearing my own Discord beeps, so I'm just going to close Discord for the moment. Also, thank you very much. One sec. Oh, is that a playlist? No, wait, what's this? Eva, I'm just, I'm looking. Oh, you also sent me you whispered it as well. Thank you, Eva, thank you. Talking about hotties. Toxic, how you doing? It's really coming. Toxic, thank you for saying that, because I have not loved it most of the journey. However, you know, like throwing good money after bad. We've already sunk so much time into this. I can't just walk away and start another piece from scratch. I've got to have something done to give to people. So we're just doing the penultimate finish, the penultimate finish, or whatever you call it. Line art, then white rim highlight, then general skin highlights. I'm going to get rid of this halo. I don't like it anymore. And then we're done. So now we're tightening it up. But Discord is booping. Anyway, Toxic, what's going on? Also, do you ever sleep? Soon. I've actually been rubbing my neck a lot. I've really got some stress going on between my shoulders. Red and gold go so well together. Ooh, would you like a ruby in your wedding? With an R. Would you take a ruby in your wedding ring? Like, obviously, so that to anyone else, it looked like a flat, normal gold band, nothing new. But on the inside edge, you just had completely flush a tiny little ruby or a garnet or something. Let me tell you a not-so-secret. I'm a huge sucker for redheads. Oh, Toxic. Me too. There's not a lot I don't like, but redheads are also very, very good, Toxic. There's been a streamer before that I fancied. If it was a redhead, I was just like, oh, damn. They got it going on. Dead hangs before bed to decompress. Yeah, I've got a pull-up bar. I got myself a pulley. Do you sort of like slump yourself into it for extra momentum, or do you literally just chill on it and like try to breathe and relax for the clicks?
Put some more tones and colours in those lips, don't we? They mostly draw lips. Mostly. You literally just hang. I think maybe more like an emerald. I like green on me a lot too. Is your skirt emerald or something? No, sorry, like a kind of green or blue when you wore that traditional Korean dress? I might be imagining my fantasy version of Toxic now. My shoulders and arms are just not strong enough for those pull-ups. I think you can use like bands or something, but you have to be careful because if it slips off your foot, it snaps you right in your fun zone, which isn't fun. Yours is a grip strength situation. Juno taught us a lot about strengths needed. 300 pounds to crush a watermelon. Juno can squeeze about 100 at the moment. Was that it? This is very important information. This is what I remember. Toxic, what you been up to today, dude? Guys, Toxic Jin is another of my IRL mates who also streams. Give him a little cheeky follow if you fancy it. She was last seen playing romanceable fantasy historical Asian boyfriends. The game. I forget the name of the game. But you can guess the aim of the game. I can also leg press more than double my own body weight. You fucking dumpling. That's big dumpling talk, that is. That's gorgeous. So if there's ever car trouble, I'll steer. You can be at the back. Oh, do you feel like a massive drop in your, like, however you record it, like your power and or reps and or strength? If you take just a week off gym, do you notice like a massive fall off in what you can do? In my head, I would have just thought that like a week of rest means that like your muscles are just like naturally flooded with energy for like really good sessions or something. Is a week too long? Oh, once you start gymming really often, you kind of have to keep it up, right? Or your body doesn't like it. Kaiser Dragon, I've been keeping an eye out all evening, and everybody who's been saying thank you for some of those gift subs I got earlier, I just want you to know that you are very handsome. But if you're more of a lurker, don't worry, dude, I will leave you alone. But just know you're handsome. That's good etiquette. The last game was Claire Obscure. Oh! But the other was Love and Deep Space. No spoilers, but how are you finding it? I'm only like 5 hours into the game. And I was just like, this is a bit shit, really. I don't know what the big deal is. So I was like, I've just left it. I walked away from Claire Obscure. How are you finding it? No, I'm only kidding. I just wanted to annoy people. I played it for about 5 hours, and then I just didn't have the time at the time to finish it. But I fucking loved it. only 5 hours in, and I was just like, this game is so good. Just for like slow turn-based mechanics while still being really interesting, but also really high pressure because of the countering and defending. I was just like, oh, okay. And also, like, I'm still crying because of the intro cutscene. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on in this universe? Mikey, have you played 5 hours of Love and Deep Space, though? Woo! Toxic's just like, you don't know what a real man is, Mikey. I do. Damn, mate. I hope that sort of rough Marvel style lets me get away with a lot of implication without dedication. Clair Obscur is probably one of the best written games I've played. I'm a bit more than 12 hours in, I think. Somewhere in Act 2. Okay. Obviously I won't know what's in there, but like I got to the bit where we just got to the first house. With all the doors. The door whore. That seemed like a good place to stop because I had to just wrap it up and then just get really ill offline or something. I can't quite remember what my plan was. How are we doing for time? Oh my god, it's nearly 12 o'clock. Okay, so guys, do you remember how I said we were going to finish this tonight? And I was like, I promise we're going to finish this tonight. I swear it on my name. We will finish this. And then I was like, look at me. Look at me in the eye. You can trust me. We're finishing this tonight. Do you remember when I was doing all that earlier? Well, we've still got to do the rim light layer and maybe one more pass of highlights. And that really is it. However, do you know what? I don't like how thick the black lines are here. However, for a man who has recently rediscovered his sleep pattern relationship, this is actually my normal bedtime right now. I will probably shift round a little bit and adjust a little bit. But I'm waking up between 6 and 8 o'clock in the morning, and I'm going to bed at around about 11 o'clock at night at the moment. So let's finish the line art layer. I won't leave this half-cocked. But we shall wrap up the last of this tomorrow before we do more... Oh, or, by the way, if I'm not on tomorrow, I'll see you the day after. So Wednesday, and if not Wednesday, then Thursday. But we will do our warm-up by wrapping up this. And then we'll just chill out together and we'll just do tier 2 hullabaloo before moving over to some video games. So follow me on both my Twitter accounts. I always tweet before I'm live. Or hang out in Discord where I also @ everybody. Where we're going to see the very end of this. We can walk away from her, but thank you for the kind words nonetheless. And we'll be back on to the other stuff we're doing. General rule for upping your weight. Are you talking to Toxic? Okay, I'll leave it. Also, Ayatollah. Just ended, I'm fucked. Dude, was that just you sorting out your stock? Or were you on TikTok with your shop? What have you just ended? Just ended, like, sorting out your office, or, like, just doing a session? Also, yeah, dude, I've literally just seen what time it is, and, I'm just, I'm gonna get into bed and put on a... I still haven't found my Kindle! It must be in my house, unless I literally accidentally knocked it in the bin and threw it out, which is honestly a possibility, sadly. I remember feeling really ill and having it near here, and here being a mess before it went missing. But, like, I still haven't found it. I'm so desperate to read books, it is not funny. I mean, I have books. I actually just have books. Wait a minute, am I in the wrong layer? But, like, I was reading a book series on the Kindle. Anyway, that's my very long way of saying I'm just going to get into bed and put on a podcast about Game of Thrones. No messing up, yeah. Do you think it went under the bed? Oh, man, I've lifted the fuck out of my bed. I've lifted it and lifted it again because maybe I didn't lift it enough last time. Then I've moved it and lifted it just in case I didn't lift it again the last time. Then I've lifted up it and looked in the storage bit. So the only thing I haven't done yet is completely... And I've lifted up the mattress. The only thing I haven't done is completely remove the mattress and check in between the slats and lift it up again. But I will do that. The problem is I have to do that in a day. I still never got a light fitting put in place because I was so lazy. It's so much daylight, I was just like, fuck it. These lines are getting a little bit lazier as well, now that I'm flagging. Getting a little bit less crisp. Less crisping Glover. Oh my god, am I hitting my wall? I'm starting to feel it now. Now that I'm aware of it, I'm starting to feel it. I might not even finish the line art, I'm going to be honest. There's no need for me to push through just for the stubbornness of it. Literally, you just got a line art down here, line art this bit, a little bit of that bit, throw in some shapes. Rim light, highlight. And we will do that next episode. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. As we've turned this from something I hate to something that I'm willing to accept. And sometimes that's the best you can ask for. Mikey, I am tired. I think I'll sleep. Toxic, you and me both. Do you want platonic cuddles? Oh. I love having and holding books, and the idea of reading is great. But the ADHD won't let me. Oh, beefy! Just books in general are just no good for you. Danny's dub. Good evening, Danny. How you doing? I stole your Kindle. Oh, Toxic, I will wreck you in ways you do not understand. My mental health has gone down without the zoning out I get before bed with just, like, reading a book series. Like, I'm not kidding, it's had a negative effect on me. I'm not just bitching for fun's sake. sorry to get so real with you. Sorry to just get really real about it, Toxic, but, like, I need my Kindle. Guys, we are gonna go raid. Thank you very much for hanging out with me this evening. Again, the usual stuff. Thank you very much to the moderators for their hard work, the lurkers for their lurk, even though I'll never know who you are because I trust the sacred lurking bond. And all the supporters. But let's just take a moment to acknowledge Siphon, Geo, and Teddy, and a little cherry on top with Tommy, but specifically Teddy Bear smashed my fucking backdoors in. No, my fucking, what do you call it? My hype train. I didn't know it went to level 10. You guys actually just went fucking horse shit wild. Like, you ran in and you started whining and bucking and kicking and going just skits. It came out of nowhere, and I'm so grateful. So thank you very much to the surprise addition of many new citizens and all that fucking support. You guys actually just went mental, and I greatly appreciate it. So warmest wishes, much love. Bye, Mikey. Have a lovely sleep. You too, you gorgeous thing. I'm sure that's probably not going to come anytime soon with how you're set up for the day. But I hope you have a lovely time doing stuff. Drop me a message if you're bored. I might get it on my phone before I pass out. As for the rest of you, I will see you tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you the day after. Twitch. Who's vibing? Oh, the one with bear doesn't accept raids. Oh, Kitty Ra's playing Ground Zero. The hit new game that involves the voice stylings of Brad Vickers. I'm just going to make sure I don't see like an art streamer who desperately like I want to hop you guys into. But I might just pop you guys over to Lily because I'm so tired and she's always an absolute vibe. There's loads of people doing cool stuff. I just can't be asked to open their streams. I'm hitting my wall. Guys, I'm going to drop you off at Kitty Ra. She is a super dope Resident Evil speedrunner, big Metal Gear Solid girl, a lot of like just general marathon gamings and all that sort of business. But her voice audio is so lovely to listen to. She's super chill, always friendly, not like obnoxious. And I spend a lot of time lurking and hanging out in there. So do go say hello. She is playing the demo of that game that Brad was telling us about earlier. The sort of Resident Evil love letter. We're probably going to check out that demo ourselves towards the end of this week. Ideally after I complete Alien Isolation. And we've got loads of Kid Ludens' stuff as well. Oh, and I got that Ready or Not game as well for SWAT-based door knocking action. Plenty to look at. Eva. Eternally in my heart, Eva. Regardless of communication, you're amazing. And mostly, you're so patient. At great cost to your own well-being. You people, let's go raid. Go say hello to Lily. She's dope. I think she's great. And let's wrap this up tomorrow. The final kiss, kiss, bang, bang, goodbye. And then it's tier 2 hullabaloo action. Thank you, new tier 2 hullabalooers. DM'd you on Twitter. Oh, thank you very much. Alright, you guys. Peace and love. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Oh, bye. Oh, man, I have hit that wall. Mikey is tired.